The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular board meeting tonight, and we invite participation either remotely or in person. Directions on how to participate via Zoom are available at nvusd.org/board. The open session of our meeting will start around 7 p.m. Item B, public comment on closed session items. Before going into closed session, the board is available for public comment on closed session agenda items. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on closed session agenda items?
There is no public comment on closed session items.
All right. The board will now adjourn into closed session. See you around 7. We are reconvening to open session. Good evening. My name is David T. Gracia, and this is the Napa Valley Unified School District Board of Education. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular board meeting tonight. Then we invite participation either remotely or in person. Directions on how to participate via Zoom are available at nvusd.org/board. Interpretation is available for tonight's virtual board meeting. Our interpreters are Isidro Mencos and Francisco Mesa. One of the interpreters will now translate the directions on our English channel so our Spanish-speaking families may hear the instructions.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sí, buenas noches y bienvenidos a la reunión virtual de la Junta de Educación Escolar del Distrito Unificado de Napa Valley. Como siempre y de costumbre, habrá interpretación en español o español. En un momento en su computador aparecerá un símbolo de un mundo terráqueo. Por favor, vayan ahí y háganle clic donde dice Spanish o español. Y en una tableta o celular, si nos acompañan de esa forma, busque 3 puntitos desde la aplicación Zoom y haga clic ahí, vaya donde dice Language Interpretation o interpretación del idioma y elija Spanish o español. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please start with an attendance roll call from Vera Morales, Executive Assistant?
Yes. Student Board Member Gomez,
Present.
Trustee Gracia,
Present.
Trustee Water,
Present.
Trustee Reiser,
Present.
Trustee Shu,
Present.
Trustee Jankowicz,
Present.
Trustee Hart is absent tonight. Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Present.
quorum present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. All right, thank you for joining us tonight for our NVUSD board meeting. E1. Trustee Reiser, do you have a report on closed session items?
Yes, I do. D1, student discipline. Do I read this part too? This top part? Okay, so D1A, expulsions. One case, the board recommends the expulsion for student 0209-2023A.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right,
Second.
First by Trustee Gonzalez Mares, second by Trustee Chu. I believe we have to do a roll call vote on this. So Ms. Morales, can you give us a vote?
Yes. Trustee Gracia,
Aye.
Trustee Water,
Aye.
Trustee Reiser,
Aye.
Trustee Shu,
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye. Okay, and then we have item D2B. With respect to items related to personnel, the board voted to release 1 temporary teacher. Item D6 related to the board directed legal counsel to initiate 2 potential legal actions. The actions, the defendants, and the other particulars will be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the district's ability to effectuate service a process on 1 or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize the district's ability to conclude settlement negotiations to its advantage. And then D7, with respect to items related to existing litigation, the board approved a settlement agreement to resolve a student's educational claims. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. All right, item E2, flag salute. Let's see. Trustee Water, will you lead us in the flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Item E3, this meeting is live streamed and recorded via Zoom and will be archived on the district YouTube channel. For a detailed review of any meeting agenda item, the archive video can be referenced on the district's webpage at nvusd.org. The process for public comment can also be found on the district's webpage. Item E4, approval of agenda.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gonzalez Maras, second by trustee Chu. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item E5, approval of minutes. Item E5A, January 19th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Gonzalez Maras. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. E5B, approval of minutes, January 31st, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Gonzalez Maras. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. E5C, approval of minutes, February 2nd, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Gonzalez Maras. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, E6, recognition of visitors and employee organizations. Dr. Massetti, do we have any visitors in attendance?
So I see tonight, I'd like to welcome this evening the president of NVEA, Ms. Gail Young. Ms. Young, would you like to address the board?
Yes. Good evening, board. I wanted to say that tonight is about appreciation. And I really want to say that I appreciate the hard work and the dedication that the board has in making sure that our students are recognized, that they have the best education possible, and support our employees as much as you do. I think that it's a tough job. I know that you've done many meetings this week, last week, the week before, and I think that people need to recognize that and to see how important that is, and that it's so important in order to make our board and our school board and our entire system continue and go off without a hitch. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a great evening. Thanks.
The only one who's here tonight.
Okay. Then we'll move on to item F, recognition of students of the month. Item F1, Napa Valley Independent Studies. Will Principal Cisneros please present the students of the month for Independent Studies?
Yes, good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce two amazing young ladies that are being honored tonight. So good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Massetti, the leadership team that's probably there somewhere, and everyone that's tuning in tonight. It's a pleasure to highlight our students and the wonderful work that they're doing. Tonight, we are going to recognize Stephanie Gomez, and I have a little something from her teacher that she wanted me to share with all of you. This is from Mrs. Ray Lucero. Since joining NVIS during her sophomore year of high school, Stephanie Gomez has demonstrated a strong commitment to learning and has worked hard in all of her classes to accomplish her goal of maintaining straight A's. Her strong work ethic has allowed her to graduate early and will be finishing high school this spring as a junior. Her teacher, Mrs. Lucero, is very proud of her accomplishments, and we are excited to see what the future holds for Stephanie. So without further ado, let me introduce you to Stephanie, and she's going to share a few words.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My parents are here with us today. Our loved one, Erin. Thank you guys so much for coming. I want to start off by thanking the board and the Napa Valley Education Foundation for taking time out of your busy schedule and being with us today. My amazing teacher, Mrs. Sarah, who I've had thankfully for 2 years now. She is the most inspiring, understanding, and kind-hearted human being. I've loved having her as my teacher these past few years. Before attending NVIS, I attended Donaldson Way Elementary School, American Canyon Middle School, and my first year of high school was actually online at American Canyon High School. The reason I've been able to achieve and go above and beyond what's actually needed is because of my perseverance and my incredible support system at home, because I believe it all starts at home. If you personally don't push yourself to become better, you simply can't better yourself. One of the main reasons I love NVIS is because of the way how they help their students achieve and show them what the real world is like. How no one's going to be reminding you daily, okay, come on, do your tests, do your homework. How if you want to succeed in life, you personally have to do it. These fundamental courses that are literally going to help you achieve whatever you want in life. I've also loved having been able to advance in all my courses, which has been amazing. Since I've been at NVIS, I haven't encountered any issues or problems. Instead, I've been able to grow more and more daily. To sum it up, I'm going to be graduating a whole year early because of the way I've been able to advance in all my courses this year. My plans after high school was to go to Contra Costa Medical Career College and get my sonographer license. I've always had a passion for the medical industry, and I feel as if I would be great at first off, making people comfortable during their ultrasound. I know sometimes being the doctor, it can be very scary. And so why not have people feel comfortable while you're there? I am most excited and proud of is being able to graduate early this year because of NVIS and their amazing teachers and their remarkable guidance and support system. Thank you so much for taking your time out of your day to listen to me today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm going to bundle you up and share that speech everywhere. Love what you said. Our next student is Daisy Garcia Castillo. She's attended NVIS since the fall semester of her sophomore year. Since joining classes virtually, Daisy is thriving academically and is dedicated to her academic studies. Daisy has excelled in this school year, taking extra classes, so she's able to graduate 1 year early as a junior. She will be graduating this June. We would like to congratulate her in her stellar work at NVIS and wish her all the best as she embraces the next steps in her life. So with that, Daisy, please share with us a few words.
I wanted to thank my parents for everything they've done for me. And I also wanted to thank Miss Lucero for helping me with all my classes. She's been very helpful. And I'm trying to graduate a year early, and she's helped me get there. I also wanted to thank the board and the Napa Valley Education Foundation. And I've attended Irene Snow Elementary School, Harvest Middle School, and Napa High School, and now Napa Valley Independent Studies. I wanted to say thanks to my teachers, parents, and family members because I am where I am now. I started attending NVIS due to COVID, and I started online classes. And I was doing better than in regular school, and I liked it more, so I stayed at NVIS. I have volunteered at the animal shelter and the local food bank. I want to go to the Napa Community College after high school, and I want to try culinary classes. I'm proud that my grades have improved in NVIS and for being the student of the month. Thank you, everyone, for all your help.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Daisy, and congratulations on behalf of NVIS. We're very proud that you're representing us for the month of November and December. Thank you to everyone.
All right, thanks. Now we'll move on to item F2, Napa Valley Adult Education. Will Laura Leonard Broll please present the students of the month for adult education?
Hi, my name is Laura Leonard Broll. I'm the instructional supervisor for Napa Valley Adult Education, and I'm thrilled to introduce our students of the month. I'm proud to introduce students from 2 of our programs. We're highlighting the Adult Secondary Education program, one of our students, and a student from our English as a Second Language program. Our first student is Gloria Parada. She is enrolled in our Spanish GED class with Teva Peshko. Gloria is a dedicated student who is working hard to obtain her GED. We look forward to seeing her at graduation this summer. According to Teva, Gloria Parada began working on her GED at Napa Valley Adult Education in the fall of 2022. She was able to pass 3 of the 4 exams and is currently enrolled in a math course in order to finish her diploma this spring. In addition to taking classes with Napa Valley Adult Ed, she studies English as a second language at Napa Valley College, and she's a dedicated mother. She has been an excellent role model for her peers and an inspiration to her instructors. It's my pleasure to introduce Gloria Parada. Congratulations. She's going to share a few words with you in Spanish.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
¿Sí puede escucharme?
Sí.
Ok. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Gloria Esther Parada, casada, madre de 4 hijos. Vivo en Calistoga por más de 20 años y hace casi un año comencé a asistir a la escuela de adultos de Napa para aprender inglés. Antes de eso, trabajé en una compañía por 15 años y hace un año y 3 meses decidí dejarlo y comencé a asistir a la escuela de Napa Adult Education. Ya que lo vi como una gran oportunidad, estando ahí, me inscribí para la clase de GD. Porque
Señora,
sí.
ay, perdón que la estoy interrumpiendo, pero le quería pedir a la traductora o el traductor si pueden interpretar lo que usted está compartiendo hoy con la mesa directiva. So
Okay.
can interpreters help out with that? Gloria, will that be you?
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
No, no, no. I'm asking one of the interpreters.
Oh, okay.
Can you come on to the main channel here and help? So we need the board to be able to understand what she's sharing. I think we have Isidria or Francisco here tonight. So can we do it that way here in the boardroom?
But you need to.
Not on the channel?
Oh, hello. Yeah, they needed to stop the interpretation channel in order for us to interpret in the main room. So now we can do it. They just stopped the channel.
Okay, sorry about that technical difficulty, but
No problem.
okay, great. Okay, thank you. Señora Parada, señora Parada, ¿me puede oír?
Sí.
Vamos a comenzar de nuevo, pero si puedes parar cada 2 o 3 oraciones para que la traductora pueda traducir, para que la mesa directiva la puede entender su presentación.
Gracias.
¿Está bien? Ok, vamos a comenzar. Gracias.
Bueno, mi nombre es Gloria Esther Parada, casada, madre de 4 hijos.
My name is Gloria Esther Parada. I am married and I'm the mother of 4 children.
Vivo en Calistoga por más de 20 años.
I live in Calistoga for over 20 years.
Y hace casi un año comencé a asistir a la escuela de adultos de Napa para aprender inglés.
Almost a year ago, I started attending the Napa Valley Adult Education School in order to learn English.
Antes de eso, trabajé en una compañía por 15 años.
Before that, I worked at a company for 15 years.
Y hace un año, 3 meses decidí dejarlo.
And I decided to let it go a year and 3 months ago.
Y comencé a asistir a la escuela de Napa Adult Education.
And I started attending the Napa Valley Adult Education School.
Ya que lo vi como una gran oportunidad.
I saw it as a great opportunity.
Estando ahí me inscribí para la clase de GD.
And once I was there, I also enrolled in the GED class.
Porque vi una gran oportunidad para mi superación personal y educativa.
Because I saw that as a big opportunity for my own excelling both educationally and personally.
Le he puesto mucho empeño y veo que cada esfuerzo vale la pena.
I put a lot of hard work into it, and what I've seen is that every effort was worth it.
Me siento motivada a continuar y le agradezco a la escuela de Napa Adult Education.
I feel very motivated to continue, and I'm very grateful to the Napa Valley Adult Education School.
Ya que este servicio es gratuito.
because it's a free service.
Al personal por ayudarme a hacer acomodaciones en mi horario.
I also am grateful to the staff because they help me accommodate my schedule.
A la maestra Taba por motivarme y creer en mí.
I'm also grateful to teacher Taba because she motivated me and she believed in me.
Ya que este tiempo lo he tenido lleno de retos,
I've had a lot of challenges in this time,
pero seguiré siendo persistente o confiada en poder lograrlo.
but I'm going to continue to persevere and to trust that I'm going to make it.
Agradezco a la escuela todo el apoyo que estoy recibiendo. Muchas gracias.
I want to thank the school for all the support that I'm receiving. Thank you very much. We should now start the interpretation.
Gracias y felicidades, señora Parada, y por su paciencia.
Gracias a ustedes.
And congratulations. That was really beautiful. And I think the most important part of this process is that you hear from the students and hear what they have to say. So I really appreciate your taking the time, Dr. Musetti, to facilitate that translation. So thank you so much. The next student of the month, our other student, is Maria Munoz. She is enrolled in the English as a Second Language class and the Integrated Education and Training Program, or IET program, with Wayne Gilbert, Cynthia Ott, and Michelle Keegan. Adult Ed is, just a little background, Adult Ed is encouraged to enroll ESL students in career and technical education, or CTE programs. And this particular CTE program is the Office Assistant Training, where students can learn how to use Google applications and Microsoft Office programs. So Maria was enthusiastically nominated by her teachers and the IA. And these are some things that they shared about her. Maria works as a head custodian at an elementary school in our school district. Last year, she attended ESL classes at Napa Valley Adult Ed to improve her English skills, which will help her in her workplace as well as her personal life. She worked really hard, especially to improve her writing. This school year, she is challenging herself even more by taking the office assistant class for ESL, specifically designed for ESL students. The computer skills she's learning are all new to her, and she has had to miss some classes for various reasons and health issues. She's expressed a strong desire to persevere despite these difficulties. She is a pleasure to have in class because she always tries her best and has a good attitude and does not give up. Maria has greatly improved her computer skills due to her persistence, efforts, and positive attitude. Congratulations on your award, Maria. You deserve it. She'll say a few words to you now in English. Maria, you need to unmute. Would you like me to read what she has to say? She may have trouble, some technical problems. Would you like me to, should I go ahead?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So Maria sent me what she had to say, and she very simply said, my name is Maria Munoz. I feel very happy that I made the decision to go to the adult school and have the good fortune to have my classmates, but especially my teachers, Cynthia, Mr. Gilbert, Michelle, and Nieves, and all the personnel of Napa Valley Adult Education. Thanks very much to everyone, and thank you one more time for being very patient with me. And that's Maria Munoz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on now to item G, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Trustee Riser, did we receive any public comment on non-agenda items via email?
No public comment on non-agenda items were submitted via email before 8 a.m. this morning.
Thank you, trustee Riser. Right, now we'll move on to item H, which are
I think we have
Okay.
somebody here.
Oh.
Or online.
That's true. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment online?
Yes, 17072, please state your name. Go ahead.
Are you able to unmute?
Good evening. Are you waiting for the audit report? No, maybe not.
What was that?
Hello. This is Sheldon Siobhan. Are you guys ready for the audit report?
No, not, we're on public comment.
Mira,
There we go.
¿dónde me faltaba?
17072. Go ahead.
All right, sorry, I was having a connection issue there and it was breaking up on us. I just want to make sure I'm on the right item. I think you guys are ready for the audit report now, June 30, 2022 audit report.
No, we're not ready for the audit report. We're trying to get public comment
Oh,
to
okay.
happen.
My apologies. I'll be quiet. My apologies.
Okay, person with the number 17072. Okay, Ms. Green, do we have anyone else online for public comment?
No, there's no other public comment at this time.
Okay. Moving on to H, reports. Board of Education and Student Board Representative reports. Mr. Gomez, would you like to share with us?
Yes, of course. So given that this is a really nerve-wracking, but also exciting time for high school seniors as college applications are being submitted and decisions are coming in, I thought that this would be a good time to congratulate all of the seniors in the district who are on track to graduate high school this year. At Vintage, we have a student center, which has a large glass window where students are able to write their names and list the schools they've been accepted to. And the number of names and schools are growing every day, which is really exciting to see. But regardless of if you decide to attend college next year or not, congratulations to all of those seniors. And that segues nicely into my next note, which is for any student who wants to build their resume for colleges or employment while also helping our community. The Napa County Library has numerous volunteer opportunities currently available. One such opportunity is as a photographer. They're looking for someone passionate about photography who would like to take photos at the numerous large-scale events that they facilitate throughout the year. The library is also looking for a new social media account manager. And for this position, they would like someone willing to post their events and promotions through digital marketing with someone who is comfortable with Photoshop, as well as creating short video clips. And they would love for high school students to do these jobs. And you can contact Melinda Mathis, who runs the volunteer department at her email at melinda.mathis@countyofnapa.org. Then for Black History Month, the Banned Books Club at the library will meet at 6 p.m. on Thursday, February 23rd, and begin reading The Hate You Give by Angie Thomas. Additionally, there will be a pop-up exhibit from the 21st through the 27th, where you can explore African-American history, culture, and community through artifacts that tell the rich and diverse stories of African-American experiences. And that's at the Knapp County Library as well. And that concludes my report.
Trustee Gonzalez Mars.
Sure. Looking at our calendar of activities since our last board meeting, I fortunately was not able to participate at the Employee of the Year presentation, but I heard it was really great and everyone felt pretty special. So I look forward to hearing what my fellow trustees, because I know some of you went, participated at the board study session for secondary literacy programs. It's recorded. I highly encourage you to go back. If you did not participate, we were students for an hour, I think maybe 3 hours, but a good chunk of it, we were participating at that level. So thank you for the staff for dedicating tremendous amount of time to go over that with us. And then we did have a series of many other board duty hats in addition to our board meetings. So really busy weeks. And again, along with my colleagues in our special meeting where we participate in our superintendent midterm evaluation, where we cover our priorities for this year and obtain a status of that. And so it was really great to be part of that. And then our also special meetings and part of our governance best practice to welcome not only our newest trustee member to our board, but go over some of our norms and meetings and guidelines that we follow in order for us to be an effective governing board and be able to understand our roles and responsibilities and do our due diligence and be part of that path of clarity and focus that we know it's important and critical to navigate the school district. And I think Gail Young, our NBA president, too, for her words, because that's part of that great work is in partnerships that we have. And then here today. So I'm sure lots of us will repeat the same thing since we've been together a lot.
All right, thank you. Trustee Jankowicz.
I'll go quickly. Congratulations to the American Canyon Decathlon team. The team won 6 medals, came in 5th out of 17 teams. It was their 8th consecutive year in the top 5. A great deal to be proud of. So shout out to those kids. In the audience, want to thank you to express thanks to the Boys and Girls Club for their acknowledgement of Youth of the Year. We were in a special board meeting workshop last night and were unable to attend, but we thank them for listening and appreciating the stories our community teams have to tell. Participated in, attended a Facilities and Technology Board Advisory Committee meeting, notes attached at the end of the board agenda. I too thoroughly enjoyed the NVUSD Employee of the Year presentation. Assistant Superintendent Page hosted an amazing event. What I really appreciated was the celebration of excellence and the opportunity to acknowledge those that are so dedicated, impactful, and truly passionate about their craft. We had review calls with our CSBA governance consultant, a bond campaign debrief Measure A meeting, an EdSource roundtable discussion, reading by 3rd grade, and assessment of the state's reading dilemma, which was fascinating. NVUSD board study session on secondary literacy programs. These sessions, as Trustee Gonzalez Mara said, are invaluable, and they really do give us an understanding of approach, content, and execution. We had a special meeting for the superintendent midterm evaluation, attended an event for the Horn Heart Foundation in conjunction with Elena's Voice, creating kindness opportunities in elementary school settings. Had a meeting with one of our consultants who is assisting the district with leadership services and learned about the strategies being used locally and statewide. Attended two special board meetings, Good Beginnings workshops with my peers, conducted on Tuesday and Wednesday evening. A lot of high-level governance discussion. Conducted a call with the Bay Area Board President to discuss governance procedures utilized by NVUSD, and continued with community outreach. That concludes my report.
Thank you, trustee Chu.
So I won't be repeating all the meetings we've had as a board, but I will report out other things that I've been doing since the last time we met, which was January 19th. On the 20th, I attended the Filipino Babayan presentation, wonderful art form that some of the young artists are doing, using an old Filipino language, which they thought that it was almost lost due to colonization. So it's really great to see that the evolution right in front of us as they're perfecting their art and bringing back a language. I attended on the 23rd, the Asian Pacific Islander School Board Member Association meeting where we passed some new bylaws. I also attended the Employees of the Year celebration, which is beautiful. Highly recommend the replay of that. I met with American Canyon City Council member Mark Joseph to talk about some of their plans for Earth Day festivities at the city. I attended 2 ACHS Drama 1 act performances, greatly done by their Drama 1 and Drama 2 students. Really talented students that we have. I met with Assistant Superintendent Rob Manguala to talk about the interdistrict transfer process, which we'll have a little bit of that presentation today. I actually attended in person the ACHS Academic Decathlon Regional Competition. Some of them are here and they'll probably talk about that later, but congratulations. Always a pleasure to see the highlights of our academic pursuits of our students. I went to the Sonoma County Office of Education with County Board of Education trustee Cindy Biederman to attend the CSBA Budget Perspectives Workshop on the 30th. In February, I actually listened in on the NVUSD secondary family learning session on dual enrollment. I think that's what a lot of people want to hear is what can they do now as one of our high school students. So I think that one is now online on our YouTube page. So the really good information there. I attended the Canyon Oaks Coffee with the Principal that was held in conjunction with the ELAC meeting on the 3rd. And I got to go into the classroom to present on Chinese New Year and the last day of the Chinese New Year celebration on the Chinese Lantern Festival, and got to kind of talk a little bit about the differences in how different Asian cultures celebrate the New Year. It's the year of the rabbit in Chinese culture, but actually in the Vietnamese culture, it's the year of the cat. So I think that was the biggest surprise for a lot of students. And I had an opportunity to be interviewed by former New Tech high school student and current doctorate student in nursing at San Jose State University on California Assembly Bill 19 on requiring public schools to keep 2 doses of Narcan on campus. That happened yesterday. And I also attended the ACHS Climate Rally, which was always fun because it is student-led, student-driven, and doing great work for our communities. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, trustee Riser.
Yeah, thank you. I too attended the Employee of the Year celebration. It was just a wonderful event, and I learned, or I guess maybe I knew and had sort of forgotten that didn't exist until we had Assistant Superintendent Page to organize such a beautiful event. And I think it's a wonderful example of the way we front and center value the people that are the center of our endeavor here, because education is a human endeavor. So thank you for that. And a lot of gratitude for all of our employees, including the ones that were honored that night. I attended also with Trustee Chu and Water, one night. I was only able to go one night of the American Canyon High School Drama Festival. We saw the Drama 2 night, in which there was a longer production and then a short musical, really impressive and great to see the kids in action. I think it was student directed as well, which is always really cool. I attended the American Canyon High School Choir Crab Feed, which was a beautiful event. I had a lot of walking to do to walk off all that butter, but it was worth it. And the highlight was really getting serenaded by the choir students. They did some numbers during the milling around kind of appetizer portion. And then at the dinner, they stood in a circle surrounding all of the tables and sang 3 songs. And it was just very, gave me goosebumps. So many thanks to Jamie Butler, the director of the choir, and to the kids for their hard work, because they were also the servers, and very gracious at that. I participated also with Trustee Water in the Napa High School WASC committee meeting. They wanted to speak with staff and also a few trustees, so we came in and answered some questions for them on a Sunday afternoon. After they got toured around by some Napa High students. They came in smiling. The board study sessions on secondary literacy. Well, that was only one session, but then also the superintendent mid-year evaluation and our good governance, good beginnings workshop. Those were excellent experiences. And then I'll end by saying that I attended on last Saturday night, the a cappella extravaganza at the Uptown Theater, which really spotlights the Napa High vocal music workshop, the Vintage High School vocal music workshop, and ACHS. Their a cappella group is called PDA, Public Display of A Cappella, along with a few college groups and then a professional headliner from LA. So it's a lot of a cappella in a row, but it's a great event. It was great to see my daughter and her friends from the Napa High group, but it was just very fun and festive. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Water.
Okay, well, lots of community engagement and letter writing. I too went to the Employee of the Year event at Evans Auditorium. Excuse me, which includes our nominations for Teacher of the Year and awards to many other employees across the board. Went to the Napa High School WASC, one of their meetings on Sunday the 29th. I had a meeting with Darcy Ward, the activities director at Napa High School. I too went to the Uptown a cappella, and I am a non-singer, and I was astonished at the talent that our students from all over the district. I just couldn't believe it. It was just a wonderful, wonderful show. The next day I went to the Napa Valley College Youth Symphony, and I had no idea we had that many youthful violin players in the community. And that was a whole lot of fun. And it's run by Sylvia Regalado in American Canyon. And I visited the Napa High School choir class, Duncan's class, and chatted with the students for a bit. And I too attended governance meetings, 2 of them, superintendent evaluation, board study session on literacy, went to the ACHS drama performances, many meetings. I attended so many meetings, including one to which I was not even invited. I staggered in by accident, but no one threw me out. So that was fun. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. All right. So on January 24th, I attended the Employee of the Year presentation, which was held in person for the first time since COVID, and it was very well done. On the 27th through the 30th, I attended the CSBA Board of Directors meeting where I was sworn in as the Region 3 Director for CSBA, representing Napa, Sonoma, Solano, and Marin counties. On the 31st, I attended a board study session on literacy. On the 2nd, I attended the midterm superintendent evaluation. The 3rd, I met with Assistant Superintendent Manguala regarding enrollment issues. On the 7th, the Good Beginnings Workshop Part 1, and on the 8th, Good Beginnings Workshop Part 2. That concludes my report. Now we are on to superintendent and executives. Oh, no, we have to do, I'm sorry. We have to do the board representative reports, H2A, special education and advisory committee. But she's not here, so we'll skip that. H2B, City of American Canyon representatives.
We have not met.
H2C, City of Napa,
We have not met.
and H2D, Town of Yountville.
We have not met.
Okay, now H3, Superintendent and Executive.
Great. Thank you, President Gracia. Good evening, NVUSD trustees, staff, and community. I continue to dedicate time to conducting my mid-year school visits with our site leaders. I've enjoyed visits at Alta Heights, Silverado Middle School, Bel Air, Browns Valley, West Park, and McPherson. One of the observable common themes across the school sites was the commitment of our school site staff, from our teachers, our site leaders, our principals, assistant principals, and our classified support staff, demonstrating tremendous dedication to creating what Dr. Victor Rios calls the ecosystems of cariño, lots of care at our schools. You can really notice the relationships our staff have established with both students and families at this point in the year. One fun highlight was being at some sites while they were celebrating the 100th day of school earlier this week at the elementary level. I helped fifth graders solve math problems about how many days they've spent in school during their entire elementary career. And I even saw kindergarten and first grade students dressed up as adults who were 100 years old. It's pretty adorable. I'd also like to highlight that while I was at McPherson Elementary, I had the opportunity to meet the members of our new preschool assessment team. I was very proud to learn that our new preschool assessment team is already diving deep into the work of assessing our preschool age children for the special education needs, as we aim to successfully transfer the program from the Napa County Office of Education to NVUSD for the 23-24 school year. This, of course, being a key tactic articulated in our board annual priority number 3, focused on strengthening our early learning programs. We believe the earlier the students start with us, the better we will be able to serve them and meet their needs. Thank you to all of the principals for their time and attention as they hosted me during these visits. I've also been focused on visiting central office departments and committees that are doing work to advance our key initiatives in the district. I want to thank Director Monica Reddy for inviting me to quickly check out the work the Ethnic Studies Committee is doing to review various curricular resources for the upcoming Ethnic Studies course that we are designing. Earlier today, I had the pleasure of visiting the Central Kitchen. It's always great to visit the facility. It's a reminder of how much progress our district has made to dramatically improve the quality of the food we're serving our students for both breakfast and lunch every school day. I also wanted to share that Dr. Barbara Nemko, the NCOE County Superintendent, and I hosted Leadership Napa Valley Education Day last Friday at 3 of our schools, Pueblo Vista, Unidos Middle School, and Napa High School. We featured NVUSD's K-12 Spanish immersion pathway. The visits at the school were a great success. The Leadership Napa Valley cohort participants were very impressed with the Spanish immersion pathway and were grateful for the opportunity to learn more about it. Thank you to Ms. Jill Teckel for leading the program and for offering an education day for the cohort participants. Lastly, I wanted to inform the community that January was National School Board Recognition Month. And I think NVA President Gail Young must have been hinting at this in her earlier comments, demonstrating gratitude to the school board for all of their hard work. The legislature honored California school districts and COE, County Office of Education boards, with a pair of resolutions. Both houses of the legislature approved CSBA-sponsored resolutions praising the contributions of service and leadership from all California school trustees. I personally want to thank the 6 of you who are here tonight for your commitment, dedication, service, and leadership. I think the community underestimates the level of commitment this position requires. I also think it's one of the most difficult elected positions because you have to balance the needs of so many stakeholders who have varying, sometimes competing interests when it comes to educating 16,000 students. While balancing so many needs, polarities, and tensions, you have to make decisions, and sometimes very difficult ones, that impact the educational lives of children, something everyone feels a tremendous amount of passion about. So thank you. I'm grateful for all of your service. I wanted to run down the line really quick. How many years, Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
I'm on my 7th year, yeah.
Trustee Jankwitz? Trustee Chu?
Starting my third.
Trustee Riser?
Starting my third.
Trustee Water?
Starting my 5th.
President Gracia?
Fifth. Yeah.
Great. So thank you for all of those combined years of service. I also want to thank Trustee Hart, who is unable to attend tonight, for starting her own school board trustee journey as our newest trustee. This position requires a tremendous amount of time, energy, and commitment. You attend regular business meetings, extensive training and professional development opportunities, advocacy days on the state and soon to be national level, a couple of you. You engage and lead the superintendent evaluation process. You're constantly being expected to deepen your knowledge about school finance, instruction, school facilities, school nutrition, demographic trends, etc. The list goes on and on. You're required to serve on advisory committees, conduct school visits, and to respond consistently and frequently to your constituents. I want to end my report this evening by sincerely thanking each and every one of you for everything that you do for our students, staff, and family, and to recognize you in honor of last month's School Board Recognition Month. And lastly, I want to give again a special congratulations to President Gracia. He's really stepped up his leadership as a school board trustee, because like he said, he was recently appointed to serve on the board of directors for the California School Boards Association. And I don't think anyone from the school board in Napa has ever served on the board of directors for CSBA. So this is a tremendous honor. He will be representing, like he said, Region 3, which includes again, Napa, Solano, Sonoma, and Marin counties. So all of the school districts across those 4 counties. So thank you for that leadership as well. I want to just lastly wish everyone a very nice and necessary 3-day weekend that we are going to be celebrating on Monday, honoring President Lincoln's birthday. So I hope you enjoy that, Sam. I know you will, right? Okay, with that, we're going to toss over to the assistant superintendents. We'll start with Assistant Superintendent Dana Page, who oversees the Human Resources Division.
All right, thank you. Good evening, President Gracia, Board of Trustees, Student Representative Gomez, and Dr. Massetti. Well, first, you guys have been really busy, and so I just want to say again, thank you for attending the employee celebration event that really helped honor everybody with your presence. And I appreciate just hearing how busy you guys really are, making the time to come. That's very special. I also want to highlight the fact that not only were we able to hold it for the first time in person, but we were also able to live stream the event. So we had, hundreds of people watching from their homes or wherever they were, and we were able to record it. And since then have had 589 views. So that's kind of exciting. It's not quite the Grammys, but it's getting there. So tonight I do want to highlight again our participation in the Employee Assistance Program, which is offered by the California Department of Education. This is an opportunity that's available to us, and we've chosen to participate as a district for the last 5 years since it first began. I've been reporting on this program every year, so a lot of you may be familiar with it. But for those who are not, the EAP program provides eligible classified employees with additional dollars to match the money that they set aside for a summer paycheck. And then they give up to 100% match, and it just depends on the state budget. We recently learned that there'll be 100% match for funds that employees set aside during this 22-23 school year. So we're on track to receive an additional $587,000 to go to our lowest paid classified employees to help supplement their income. We've seen a steady increase in the number of participants over the years. Most recently, we went from 216 participants up to 254. So that's a 17.5% increase. And I think that's because we're doing a better job educating people about the opportunity and getting the word out. And I just want to thank Cheryl Anderson and Elizabeth Gonzalez from the Human Resources Department who administer this program every year. And right now they are collecting applications for participants for the following school year, 23-24. It's really simple and fast. So if an employee who works less than 12 months and it's classified employee who works less than 12 months and earns less than $62,000 annually can go ahead and sign up for this opportunity and get a little boost in their summer paycheck. So thank you very much. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Next, we'll have Assistant Superintendent Mike Pearson, who oversees operational services.
Good evening, President Gracia, NVUSD Board of Education trustees, Dr. Musetti, Student Board Representative Sam Gomez, and members of the NVUSD community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update with operational services. As usual, my comments focus on strategic plan goal number 4, which is tactical, proactive, and efficient asset management. And additionally, my report also addresses board annual priority 5, which is specifically leveraging potential state funding opportunities to offset our expenses, which will allow for improvement of other facilities. However, this first one does not do any of that. This is a recognition of welcoming back Director of Food Service, Kristen Tikale, who has returned from maternity leave. Although I've enjoyed my time the last 6 months working closely with food service, I'm extremely thankful to have Ms. Tikale's expertise and leadership back on a regular basis. I will continue to work closely with the food service program, but I've transitioned the reins back to Ms. Tikale. Welcome back, Kristen. Under facilities, the facility staff and I have been spending considerable time studying projected enrollment trends and school site capacities with a keen eye on portable classroom usage and permanent classroom availability. Additionally, I've been meeting with site principals to review their projected enrollment and the usage of their classroom facilities with the goal of minimizing the use of portables on certain sites. In upcoming board meetings, I'm hopeful that I'll be able to bring to the trustees action items on the removal of portables from some of these aforementioned school sites. With the growth of transitional kindergarten next year and beyond, staff and I have been assessing the condition of the traditional kindergarten classrooms at certain school sites, looking for opportunities to enhance and improve the learning environment for our youngest students, which may include new carpeting, flooring, furniture, and furnishings, storage, and lighting. And again, I would anticipate bringing future items back to the board for approval on these expenditures. And then finally, many of our special education classrooms are housed in portables. Again, my staff and I have been assessing opportunities at some school site where some special education classes can possibly be relocated to a permanent classroom versus a portable one, as enrollment trends suggest permanent classroom availability. Thank you. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. And next we'll have Assistant Superintendent Rob Manguala, who oversees business services.
Thank you for the opportunity to update the board and the community. The data and assessment team is gearing up as the spring testing season begins. The LPAC window, testing window opened up last week, and a team of 20 district trained LPAC testers have already begun assessing students at various school sites. A total of 3,600 multilingual students will be tested by the end of May. Physical fitness testing is also already started for 5th, 7th, and 9th graders. In a couple months, CASP testing in English language arts, math, and science will also begin. The Enrollment Center is continuing to enroll new students and is seeing an increase in newcomer enrollments. TK and Kinder are impacted district-wide with 2 TK seats open and 4 Kinder seats open district-wide. So we have had kind of a sudden increase of students over the last couple of weeks, and we've actually seen an increase in enrollment since our CalPADS Day, which is quite unusual. The team is getting ready to provide professional development for classified staff on enrollment at the March 10th PD Day. Later, you will hear a presentation on the outcome of this year's open enrollment that will include data on open enrollment participation, enrollment projections, and the impact of open enrollment on some of our schools. The fiscal team is working on second interim reporting as well as preparing for the development of the 23-24 budget. Year-end preparation is also beginning in anticipation of fiscal year closing. The technology department has resumed our network upgrade with infrastructure improvements for 5 more sites planned for the coming weeks. The testing season, meaning the CASP testing that I spoke about earlier, is upon us. So there's even more of an importance in ensuring that we have working devices and the network is stable across the district. Our team is hard at work ensuring devices are repaired and readily available for any student that needs one as we head into the spring. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Manguala. And we have Director Sarah Knox, who will be providing the report from the Instructional Services Division on behalf of Assistant Superintendent Andrew Jennings.
Thank you, Dr. Musetti. Good evening, President Gracia, Board Trustees, Dr. Musetti, Student Representative Gomez, and the NVUSD community. Tonight, I'm representing the Instructional Division and will give a brief update on some of the work from our team. Last Saturday, our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program team, made up of Program Manager Audrey Chubbs and Academic Specialist Debbie Baldwin, made history by bringing together the 3 partner agencies that make up the NVUSD Expanded Learning Program for a day of learning and cariño. Over 50 staff members from the NCOE Cool School Program, Boys and Girls Club, and NVUSD Child Care Program engaged in learning about our elementary SEL program Toolbox project and how the language and strategies of Toolbox can be used to ensure a consistent experience for students throughout the school day and into the after-school programs. Team members working with TK and kindergarten students learned about developmentally appropriate educational and behavioral practices for that age group. All of the participants were provided with training on building an inclusive ecosystem of cariño for students and staff. This strong alignment ensures a smooth transition and positive experience for students participating in our after-school expanded learning programs. On Saturday, February 4th, Parent Engagement Coordinator Viviana Loera and Migrant Education Coordinator Arisbeth Coro traveled with 98 NVUSD high school students and their parents to the Steps to College Fair in Sacramento. It's the largest bilingual and binational university fair in Northern California, with over 60 colleges in attendance. Students connected with college representatives and attended various workshops, all in Spanish. The topics included mental health, the FAFSA process, and information on attending private universities and studying in Mexico. Students and parents were able to have one-on-one support during these workshops as well. We would like to thank the middle and high school families who joined us during the first secondary focused family learning session on February 1st. Napa Valley College presented the pathways and opportunities to engage in college level coursework while in high school. NVUSD high school students are enrolling and succeeding in college level coursework. Check out the NVUSD family newsletter that just came out today to learn more. Lastly, on Wednesday, January 25th, the District English Multilingual Learner Advisory Committee met and elected a new executive board. Current President Elba Marquez led the hybrid meeting, ending her 2-year term. Thank you, past President Marquez, past President Rosario Madragon, and past Secretary Cindy Ramirez for your service. During their tenure, NVUSD adopted the Master Plan for Multilingual Learners, and NVUSD is grateful for their service to our multilingual learners and their families and their partnership with our schools and our district. We also want to say congratulations to the incoming board members, President Cindy Ramirez, Vice President Roberto Hernandez, and Secretary Elba Marquez. The DLAC Executive Board presides over DLAC meetings and partners with DLAC members from each school site to advise NVUSD leadership on issues relevant to multilingual learners and their families. The new Executive Board is excited to get to work monitoring multilingual learner progress and supporting the ongoing implementation of the Master Plan for Multilingual Learners. Later this evening, I will introduce the team from Napa County Bicycle Coalition, and I will also present on NVUSD's amazing wellness programs along with this amazing team behind me over here. Thank you. That concludes my report.
I omitted something from my board report, and because it's an opportunity this Saturday for the community, I just wanted to quickly jump in. This Saturday from 2 to 5 at the Crosswalk Church, the Napa Valley 6th Annual Black History Month celebration is taking place. It's co-sponsored by People Before Policy and First 5 Napa County, and organized by Mr. JT Thompson, who's a community member here. It's 2 to 5 and includes speakers. It's family friendly, and then there's a dinner, and tickets are available online.
Just by way of reminder, we do have item M, which is for additional suggestions and comments from board members that you can use in the future. Approval of consent agenda. Background information on these items is provided to the board prior to the meeting. Common motion takes action without discussion on roll call vote unless a discussion of items is requested by a board member.
Can I pull an item from there? I4A.
Okay. I4A is pulled.
Otherwise, I will move to approve.
Second?
First by trustee Chu, a second by trustee Riser. I believe this is a roll call vote.
Yes, student board member Gomez,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez Mares.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, and now we will do I4A. We do have some public comment on this item. I will ask Alma Gonzalez to come forward.
Sorry. Thank you, school board, for your time. My name is Ariana Janetta, and I'm here with some of my team members to represent the American Canyon Academic Decathlon Club. Our club competes in 7 different subjects: math, economics, science, social science, art, music, and literature, as well as interview, speech, and essay. I'm happy to report that we recently competed at our regional competition and placed 5th out of 17 teams. We will also represent Napa County at the state competition for the 6th year. I'm proud to be a decathlete because of the skills I've learned, such as time management and being able to effectively study. And we thank you for your hopefully approval for our field trip to the state competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chu.
And with that, I enthusiastically motion for the approval of this agenda item. Oh, well, I
Enthusiastic
guess I
second.
should also say that one of my sons is also on the team, so.
And in the boardroom.
And in the boardroom, and all those kids are just fabulous. They have been studying for this since May of 2022. So it is a much well-deserved congratulations to them.
All right, we have a first by trustee Chu and a second by trustee Riser. Ms. Morales, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, student board member Gomez,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez Mares.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our consent agenda. We can now move on to J, presentation and discussion items. J1, business services. J1A, review of the 22-23 open enrollment processes, results, and Napa area high school demographics.
We're attempting to break the length of the longest presentations. We have 3 people up here tonight, so we're hoping that we get lots of really good questions. Oh, you'll click for me. Thank you so much. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to update the board and the community and to be able to discuss open enrollment and some of the demographics that we're seeing. There you go, right there. Perfect. Thank you so much. And so in terms of alignment with strategic plan, so this presentation tonight is aligned with goal 4, which is proactive, tactical, proactive, and efficient asset management. Next slide, please. Oh, wrong way. There you go. It'll take a lot longer if you go backwards, Peter. Okay, there we go. So in terms of presentation objectives, we have quite a few. And again, feel free to ask us questions if you need anything explained along the way. First one is understanding enrollment trends, explaining the open enrollment process and timelines, exploring the structures and systems of open enrollment, reviewing lottery priorities, examining the results of open enrollment, considering how we navigate the polarity of parent choice and balancing our schools, especially in our declining enrollment environment, understanding the shifting demographics of the Napa community, and investigating the impact of open enrollment on Napa area high schools in particular. Next slide, please. And so this slide does show the enrollment in the Napa Valley Unified School District. So in the school district, our enrollment over the next 5 years is projected to decrease by 1,704 students. This will impact facilities, staffing, school programming, and after-school sports programs also. Next slide. And so enrollment projections typically only go forward for 5 years. The reason for that is enrollment is primarily driven by birth rate. So that is by far the biggest driver. However, if we're just going to look at enrollment at the high school level, we can look at it for 10 years or slightly more. When you look at enrollment at the high school level, you can see enrollment in the Napa area high schools is depicted to decline by 1,137 students over the next 10 years. So very substantial declining enrollment happening at our high school. We just actually in the last couple of years, we're at our enrollment peak. So you will start to see a lot of the enrollment decline happen at our high schools. At the elementary level, it's been going on for some time. But again, as those smaller cohorts work their way through the system, it will especially hit the secondary level. Next slide. So enrollment at Napa High in particular, it's anticipated to decline by 494 students over the next 5 years, or about 100 students a year. Next slide. Sorry, 10 years. Sorry, 10 years. I did say that wrong. Sorry. It is 10 years. Thank you. Enrollment at Vintage High is projected to decline by about 540 students over the next 10 years. American Canyon, interestingly enough, so it is initially anticipated to decline, but they are doing some building which will offset the decline. But still, over the next 10 years, it will decline also by about 117 students. Next slide. New Tech High School. This is an open enrollment school, so we do have a little more control over the enrollment there. Their enrollment is also anticipated to decline also by about 37 students. The reason that this is happening is the pool of students that they're pulling from is also decreasing. And typically, their enrollment has averaged about 386 students. There's been some years where it's been a little bit more than 400. 400's about the high, about the highest. But again, we anticipate that New Tech enrollment will also decline over the next 10 years. Next slide. So Valley Oak, same factor. We have some control over placement at Valley Oak, but Valley Oak is also expected to decline. The reason for that, again, is the pool of students they're pulling from will decline. Next slide. Susan, I think it's your slide.
Good evening. Thank you. So I'm going to begin by outlining the steps that were taken to prepare for open enrollment. The preparation began in late August and was primarily focused on communication and community engagement. Next slide, please. So first thing we did was to make an improvement to our in-person supports. So in response to some feedback I received from the community and from stakeholders, the initial preparation that we did was focused around making sure that our digital tools and our in-person supports were easily accessible to families. As I observed families registering for school in August, I saw that the technology needs of our families were not being met by the iPads that we were providing access to. So in response, I coordinated with the technology department to install 8 computer stations in the enrollment center that were equipped with printer access and scanners. These stations are available for families to use with or without an enrollment staff member as they complete registration or open enrollment. The stations allow for staff to very effectively and efficiently support multiple families at one time, which has really reduced the wait time for families when they come to our office for help. Next slide, please. So our next step was to make sure that our digital tools were easy for families to access. The NVUSD webpage and the Schoolman enrollment portal were reorganized to ensure that all messaging was consistent, that FAQs were readily available and easy to navigate, and that our translations were high quality, and that the access to the portal was streamlined so families could find it quickly. Next slide, please. Adjustments were made to the registration and application window to reduce confusion for schools and families as well. In past years, open enrollment has begun several weeks after registration opened, which has often left families wondering which process they needed to engage in, and it's made it more difficult for sites to answer their questions. So this year, a single date was identified to open registration and to start open enrollment for the 23-24 school year. Registration and open enrollment began on October 15th, with open enrollment closing on November 30th. This year, open enrollment was 2 weeks longer than in past years, which allowed extra time for families and schools to engage in the process. Registration, of course, for new students remains ongoing and is open. Next slide, please. Collaboration took place between the communications department and the enrollment center. The communications department led the reorganization of the enrollment webpage. They created advertisements, advertised registration and open enrollment in the community, and they created engaging advertisements and videos. Outreach materials were also created by the communication department to support us in the enrollment center. Next slide, please. A big change that was made this year was the identification of specific groups of students in our system who are automatic participants in open enrollment. Additional communications were sent to these families. The first group of automatic participants were our DLI students. So in order to support the K-12 DLI pathway in our district and to remove unnecessary barriers for families, all DLI students were automatically matriculated to the next DLI level. Families were informed that a formal open enrollment application was not needed, and they were given instructions as to how they could opt out if they had a different choice. Next slide, please. So additionally, any of our TK students who had been placed at non-resident schools, any students who had been overflowed, some of our students at Browns Valley and Shear Middle School programs also received extra communications and the option to stay at their current placement. Families of 5th and 8th grade students who had a sibling who had open enrolled to a middle or high school were also contacted. These families were reminded that open enrollment was required if they wanted to keep their siblings together. Staff offered support in this process and followed up with families who were non-responsive. Each of these groups had a specific point of contact in the enrollment center, and multiple communications were sent to these families. Staff offered support in the process and followed up anytime we didn't hear from someone. This approach almost completely eliminated families missing the opportunity to enroll for programmatic reasons or to keep their siblings together attending the same school. Next slide, please. So something that really emerged for me as I stepped in to lead this department was the need for alignment in the enrollment processes and practices across all school sites. So this work really began with open enrollment. I utilized the October 15th Professional Development Day to train elementary office managers and secondary registrars. I provided them with an open enrollment handbook, collected feedback to get a better idea of the practices that were working for sites, the practices that weren't working. The feedback allowed me to really assess the needs of sites and provide them with additional resources to adequately support families during open enrollment. This increased consistency across sites during the open enrollment period resulted in very few families expressing dissatisfaction with their open enrollment experience. Next slide, please. So after all of this preparation, registration and open enrollment began for the 23-24 school year on October 15th. And next, I would like to share about the actual process of open enrollment. Next slide, please. So open enrollment provides really foundational support to a number of NVUSD programs and priorities, such as our magnet grant schools, our K-12 DLI pathway, and New Technology High School. Next slide. California Ed Code requires school districts to adopt rules and regulations that establish a policy of open enrollment for their district residents. Next slide. And in NVUSD, open enrollment is anchored in our board policy 5116.6, which lays out the priorities and guidelines. This policy guides the priorities applied to students when they open enroll and directs us to use a non-arbitrary method for determining which students are offered seats during open enrollment. The priorities which have the most impact on open enrollment are programmatic priorities such as DLI, socioeconomic status, and the placement of siblings. So during open enrollment, all of these priorities were verified prior to being assigned to a student. Data services supported in the verification of students who receive free and reduced lunch, and the enrollment staff confirmed program participation and siblings. So we finally ran the lottery on Monday, December 12th, and all students who had submitted an open enrollment application were either offered a seat at that time or they were given a waitlist number. Next slide. So once our priorities were set, our next step was to determine the number of seats that were available at each grade level and at each school site. And this process was really supported by our data services department. And we used initial roll-up numbers to guide the identification of those available seats. Next slide. So after the lottery was run, we offered seats in 3 different rounds. The first round of seats offered supported board priorities. So all of our DLI students, all of our students who received free or reduced lunch, and all siblings were placed first. Families were given 48 hours to respond to their open enrollment offer, and they were sent a reminder at the 24-hour point. We made phone calls to families if possible, if they did not respond to their offer. So the process of modeling the results after this initial set of offers was complex. And that's due to the fact that families are able to choose 2 schools during open enrollment. They can identify a choice 1 and a choice 2. So depending on the combination of their choice, students may have received 2 offers during that initial round. They may have been placed on 2 wait lists. They may have been possibly offered a seat at their second choice school, waitlisted at their first choice. So because of this complexity, we adopted a multi-round approach of offering seats in order to mitigate the risk of making mistakes or over enrolling schools. Next slide, please. So new roll-up numbers were generated after that first round in collaboration with the data services department. Round 2 of seats offered focused on the ability to grant parent choice and also the stabilization of school size. The third round was to move wait lists as much as possible and to finalize numbers. So everyone who could be placed was placed before the start of the spring semester. And here are the results of open enrollment participation. Next slide, thanks. So 1,161 families K-12 participated in open enrollment. 961 of those families accepted seats, 43 declined, 72 canceled or were non-responsive, and 85 students were left on a wait list. Next slide, please. So we have waitlists still at a few schools, 3 of our elementary schools, Browns Valley, NVLA, and Pueblo Vista. Next slide. And then we have waitlists at 3 of our secondary sites, Redwood, Unidos, and Vintage. Next slide, please. Students from outside of NVUSD also participate in open enrollment. And here you can see what our current year inter-district numbers look like currently enrolled. Next slide. So during open enrollment, we had 79 new families submit applications. Outside of the district, families submit applications. Each one of those families has received a waitlist number, and we hope to be able to offer those seats starting later this month. Any of our currently enrolled inter-district families who are moving from 5th grade to 6th grade or 8th grade to 9th grade have been placed. And I am now going to pass this back over to Assistant Superintendent Manguala.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Over the next series of slides, I'll be discussing some of the demographic shifts that we're seeing in Napa. Next slide. So before I jump into that a little bit, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the polarities or some of the tensions we're seeing within the community as we try and balance open enrollment. So parents have a desire to have students attend the school of their choice. This also impacts our declining enrollment when parents have the ability to choose a school they want to go to. We do keep more students within our school district, and we see that they're not leaving for other choices. The district tries to balance this need by keeping the enrollment at our schools as close together as possible. So at our high schools in town, especially, we do our best to keep the enrollment as close as possible. Declining enrollment does make this very challenging. Them keeping the school balanced depends on whether you have students applying from one school to the other that want to leave. So it's not always possible to keep it perfectly balanced. Another issue is housing density. So in town, is where we see the vast majority of the population on Highway 29. As you move further north in Napa, the population is less dense and less people are available. Next slide. This slide depicts low, moderate, and moderate income housing in Napa. You can see the vast majority of low and moderate income housing is below Trancas Road. And so this also greatly impacts what our schools look like. So again, the vast majority of the low to moderate income housing is below Trancas and along Highway 29. Next slide. So this slide, we wanted to go back as far as we could in terms of time. So this slide depicts our high schools going back to 2009-10, right before American Canyon started, American Canyon High School started, I should say, to be more particular. So you can see as they added a grade level, again, starting 662 in the first year, 1,018 in the next year, 1,399, you can see that the enrollment in the Napa area schools began to drop as we redid the boundary. So high school enrollment peaked, I think I referenced this earlier, in 2021-22. So just a couple years ago at 5892. And since then, enrollment has declined by 298 students. American Canyon High School enrollment has gradually increased. This is largely due to interdistrict transfers from the outside. So pretty substantial number of interdistrict transfers at the high school. I think I mentioned this earlier, New Tech average enrollment is 388. And Napa High School, when you look at Napa High School and Vintage, Napa High School has been bigger than Vintage 13 out of the last 14 years. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some of the changing demographics that I mentioned that I'd be speaking about. So you can see going back in time when you look in particular at the Napa area schools, Napa High versus Vintage. Napa High has always had a greater percentage of second language learners. You can see that it started at about 12% and has increased from 12.84% to 21%. Vintage has also increased, but it started at a lower number. But more importantly, when you look at the lines here, the green line in the middle is the average percentage of EL learners. When you're looking at numbers and comparing, you can see that the slopes of the line they move in tandem. So when you look at Napa High, yes, Napa High has always had a higher percentage of second language learners, but you can see that it's moved up in tandem. The way that you can see that is the distance between the two lines essentially is the same and changes in tandem. The same thing is occurring at Vintage. The big outlier here is New Tech. So you can see New Tech historically had a very low percentage of second language learners, but it's dramatically increased to the point that it actually has the second highest percentage of second language learners in the district. So the school is definitely diversified quite a bit. Next slide. So when you look at our schools in terms of socioeconomic status, we see a similar pattern where, again, looking at American Canyon, starting at about 30%, going to 34%. So not quite the big change that we've seen in some of our other schools, fairly stable. Napa High, 34.9%, going to 57%. So definitely we see an increase there. Vintage 32% to 40%. So it's also increased, but Vintage has definitely increased at a lower rate. Next slide. This is you, Peter. Thank you.
Right. Good evening, trustees, Dr. Musetti and student board member Gomez. We know that there are sometimes questions from the community about the impact of open enrollment on the Napa area high schools. And we wanted to take this presentation as an opportunity to describe the demographics of Vintage and Napa high schools based on the students who live within the attendance boundary and those who are actually enrolled in the high schools. You can see from the slide that there are 1,726 current high school students who live in the Napa High area, and there are 1,596 students who live in the Vintage area. The percentage of students living in the Napa High area who qualify for free and reduced lunch meals is 68.4%. And it is 57.9% living in the Vintage high school area. Next slide, please. The demographics do shift slightly when we look at students who are actually enrolled at the school sites. There are 1,714 students who attend Napa High and 1,693 who attend Vintage. And included within those numbers are 85 students who attend Napa area high schools, but do not live in the attendance boundaries of either Napa or Vintage. You can see that our open enrollment policies allow both of our Napa area high schools to be closer in enrollment size. You can also see that our open enrollment policy does increase the free and reduced lunch rate at Napa High, but only by 4.6%, and Vintage's decreases by 3.9%. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the students who are placed at Napa and Vintage over this last open enrollment period for next year's 9th grade class. And we followed the priorities that were outlined in Director Miller's slides earlier in the presentation. First, 28 dual language immersion students were placed at Napa High. 16 of these students qualified for free and reduced lunch, and 12 did not. Next, we placed an additional 24 free and reduced lunch students at Napa High and 45 at Vintage. After that, we placed siblings, 1 at Napa High and 18 at Vintage. And finally, we were able to offer spots for any remaining students. A total of 12 were placed at Napa High and 57 at Vintage. So a total of 65 students were accepted into Napa High and 120 into Vintage. And so 55 more students were placed at Vintage than placed at Napa High this year. Next slide, please. After the open enrollment process was complete, we did an analysis of what's called the roll-up numbers. And these represent the students currently in our student information system who we expect to matriculate into the next school year. You can see that the 9th grade classes are very close in size at 443 at Napa High and 435 at Vintage. And even though an additional 55 students were accepted into Vintage, Napa High is still expected to be larger by 63 students next year. Okay, next slide, please. Accepting siblings and remaining students from open enrollment was key to ensuring balance between the two schools. You can see from this slide that if we stopped accepting students after processing requests from DLI and free and reduced lunch students, that the size of the 9th grade classes would have a significant discrepancy. Napa High's 9th grade class would be 505 students, and Vintage's would be 373 with a 132 student difference. And the overall size of the two high schools would differ by 187 students. Next slide, please. I also want to recognize that our open enrollment processes contributed to an additional 22 students in our district. These are students currently living within the district's boundaries, but who do attend school outside of the district. So these additional 22 students represent over $250,000 in expected additional funding. Next slide. We know that sometimes there are questions in the community regarding athletics programming and open enrollment. Although we're unable to control for athletics programming through the open enrollment process, we wanted to share some athletics data with you. This slide shows the number of students who participated in a fall sport this year. 209 students participated in fall sports at Napa High, representing 11.9% of the total enrollment. And at Vintage, it's 258 students, representing 14.7% of the students there. So there's a difference of 2.8% between the two schools in terms of fall participation. Next slide, please. Of the students who participated in fall athletics, there are 61 who live within the Napa High boundary and play for Vintage. And there are 37 fall athletes who live in the Vintage boundary and play for Napa High. And this is a difference of 24 students in Vintage's favor across all fall sports. And next slide. And since we are sharing athletics data with you, we also wanted to share academic data with you. Here we summarize a few key data points. You can see that in some areas, the English CASP, the science CAST, and the UC acceptance rate, the Napa High surpasses Vintage. And in the math CASP scores and graduation rates, Vintage High exceeds Napa High. The difference between each data point is minor, and in general, both high schools perform academically at very similar levels. And with that, I will pass it back to Director Miller.
To wrap up, I do want to share with you some of the next steps that we're planning to take as we plan for open enrollment for the 24-25 school year. We'll work to continue to align our system, to educate families, and to make data-driven decisions. There will be continued efforts to increase awareness and engagement with outreach to our families who receive free and reduced lunch and our Spanish-speaking families. I'm also planning to hold some enrollment events in American Canyon. Collaboration with data services will continue and enhanced pre-lottery modeling will occur, as well as ongoing monitoring of demographic shifts. Clarity will be created between schools with the launch of an enrollment toolkit for sites and training for all elementary office managers and registrars in August. And I'm now going to pass back to Assistant Superintendent Minguella for your questions. Thank you.
So I think we need to see if there's any public comment on this item. Is there any public comment, Ms. Green?
Yes, the first speaker is Rosie. Go ahead.
Rosie, can you unmute yourself? Ms. Green, perhaps we can circle back to Rosie. Can you give us, is there more public comment?
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, then hearing that I have no speaker cards on this item, so I'll go. So I will go to board questions. Ms. Jankowicz?
I appreciate the 10-year high school enrollment projections. It gave us some comparative trend lines and the delta, the difference or change between the two things, such as our schools. And what stood out to me were the boundary and housing concentrations. They became important data points. The enrollment versus boundary data slide I thought was particularly compelling, that 85 students are out of the Napa boundary and the percentage change is under 10%. About 8.5%, I believe. That was what the slide said. Then the Napa High, Vintage High open enrollment roll-up total being 63 is really equates to 3.55%. So that was a relatively small percentage on a comparative basis. I thought the presentation in its entirety, getting through all the data, supports the importance of the balance in the lottery criteria. I did receive correspondence about open enrollment and its relationship to athletics. And looking at the fall athletic participation differential was only 24 kids under 3%. So the most compelling slide to me was the second to the last one, student academic outcomes, and the data supports the success of the enrollment work that's taken place to date. So thank you.
Trustee Chu?
So I really appreciate this, just to illuminate what it looks like up in Napa, especially since I know nothing about what it actually looks like in Napa, since I'm down in American Canyon. So I'm going to focus my questions on American Canyon. So American Canyon is very different when it comes to open enrollment, because when we talk about American Canyon, we only have one high school, and most of the families don't bring their kids up to Napa for high school or middle school even. There are some, mainly to take advantage of the DLI programs. So for us down in American Canyon, it's mainly about interdistrict transfer students. And I'm glad to see some of the numbers. So I just wanted to clarify that all students who interdistrict transfer into our schools, they stay in our system until they decide they want to go back or they go somewhere else. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's a little bit of, just a little nuance. There is a little bit higher of a bar to stay in the district. If there's an extreme discipline issue or an extreme attendance issue, we do have the ability to revoke an interdistrict transfer, but that rarely happens.
And that revocation is anytime or during the open enrollment? How does that work? Like
generally speaking, yeah, well, generally speaking, all the students are rolled up. If we notice that there's a pattern, we give families a warning letter to give them a huge advance warning. So usually that resolves the issue. So technically it could happen at any point in time, but it's very, very rarely exercised.
And the 34 current interdistrict students that have been already placed in 6th and 9th, for them to go on to the next school. That's all of our interdistrict students that wanted to stay. Is that
Can you repeat that?
so? On, I don't know what slide number is it, under interdistrict students, you said 34 current interdistrict students have already been placed in 6th and 9th grade. That's all of our interdistrict students that.
No, there's a lot more than that. So I want to say across the district, there's about 650 inters across the district, with 420 or so in American Canyon and the rest coming out of Napa area.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I read it and I was like 34. I don't think it was that
34, that's
small,
exactly-
right? It was just a little confusing. Just wanted to clarify.
These are just families that chose to participate in open enrollment. Is that fine?
Great. And I guess my last question is, I'm glad to see that there will be an enrollment event down in American Canyon for the next time going forward. I thought I heard maybe before I joined the board that there were going to be some outreach or some marketing efforts with trying to get people to interdistrict transfer. Is that something that we're working on, or is it needed? I don't know what's the desire, I guess, to come into our district. And this, I guess, is not just American Canyon, but across. I just see it more in American Canyon.
No, and you're correct that the demand to come into our district is much higher in American Canyon. And I have started working with principals to coordinate a little bit about what outreach might look like, make sure that they're consistently letting families know our consistent information about our practices. And then also collaborating with data services to make sure that I have an accurate number of how many seats we have to offer, so I can let families know in a timely manner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it'll look different down there, I think, than up here in
Yes.
terms of what the event actually looks.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And marketing, is there any are we doing
I
that?
have not started.
I've seen that on Facebook, by the way, of other school districts, and I'm like, why is it popping up in mine?
Yeah, no, it's something that I need to coordinate with our communications department around to see how we can outreach to families outside of our district. Absolutely. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Reiser?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for this presentation. It was really illuminating to get all of the data points gathered together there. It really paints an important picture. And as a Napa resident, I hear a lot of scuttlebutt, and I think there are a lot of misconceptions about how that flow works or how things are balanced or not balanced. So I just, I don't know if there's a way to further disseminate this to the community or just have it available for anyone that comes and inquires, but it was very clarifying. So thank you.
Trustee Water?
I enjoyed this. It's good to have it all in one place. It wasn't a huge surprise to me. I do live downtown, and you look at the map, you'll see that that's where many rentals are where the multifamily housing is for the most part. There's some up in Westwood too, but really, the area close to downtown is where it's all concentrated. And these are results of decisions that were made by local governments, not us, planning departments, planning commissions. And it's a bit of a conundrum when some schools, I'm thinking of elementary schools, have a high concentration of low income students, and their fundraising efforts are, dwarfed by those of the wealthier schools. And this is something that has been spoken about. It's a statewide issue. I mean, there are disparities like this in Marin County, because not everybody in Marin County is extremely wealthy. So it's something we need to think about, because the extracurricular activities depend on fundraising. And I guess I was talking about it with Trustee Jankowicz, and what you were in charge of a big effort at Vintage High. And you said that what you had to do was go beyond the school
It's true. I think one of the challenges always, and this was from a community building engagement outreach, was that we as a community had to extend outside of the Vintage community. And we did a lot of community outreach. We went to meetings and presentations and events and really engaged with our greater community. And it was challenging. When I first got involved with Vintage, we had American Canyon had just left, and we didn't have any real financial assets. We had about, God, Mike, help me, I guess that was a year after, about $6,000, $8,000 in the bank, and we had fall sports still to fund. So it was a lot of community outreach and having to kind of recreate school culture. And there are challenges, but it's certainly doable. It's not, it's not what kids go to your school. You serve all kids, and equity in schools really translates to making sure that they have access to the same opportunities. And I think we do a very good job of that. It's understanding what equity really means in the context of education. And I think that this presentation spoke to that and how we serve our students.
We've done a lot of talk about demographics over the past few years. After all, we closed 4 schools. I've got the scars to prove it. And there is an incessant decline. And again, this is not just us, it's all over the state. And it does have implications for the future of 2 high schools in Napa, I think, or 3. New Tech High counts too. If we keep having declining enrollment, perhaps there will be more consolidation in the secondary schools. And the other thing that struck me about, when I'm gone, of course, the other thing that struck me was in American Canyon, the high school, even when we had peak population there, it's never been filled. The high school, and I know the reasons why. It was there was a depression on. It was after 2008. People really wanted to work on our school, and a lot of real deals were offered. And the idea was, okay, American Canyon was feeling very optimistic. It's going to go forever. And so we built, the big school was built. And now we really do need the students who transfer in from other counties.
And the facility is still under enrolled.
Yeah. So when the new housing comes in, those students maybe we will not need these students from outside Napa, but I kind of think we will. So it is really curious. I wasn't there. I know that there's this, I've been hearing from people who are involved in athletics about this issue. And I just keep thinking this is a cyclical thing. I remember when I taught at Napa High, people were, clawing their way into the place for a variety of reasons. And I remember I gave an assignment, which was to draw a map of your neighborhood. I think we were reading To Kill a Mockingbird, and I realized that the kids who didn't live in the area didn't want to draw their neighborhood. And I said, look, I don't care where you live, just do the map, okay? I mean, I'm not the police. And it was funny, but the results here with the academic data, I think that with I'd say Napa's students, who come from families, many of them come from families that didn't go to college, we're doing a pretty good job of getting them ready for college. And I'm looking at, from the academic data, Vintage and Napa High are doing, it's comparable. It's a few points here, it's a few points there, but basically they're both doing a good job.
Trustee Gonzalez Myers.
Yeah, my comment is that I think when we look at enrollment and at the high schools, there's a lot of assumptions you can kind of as you're visiting the campus or as we're all live in Napa, kind of follow some of the comments or ideas or whatnot. So it's really good to see the data, not just one particular one in isolation, but just how it all connects. And I think that's what was really great about today's presentation is that you're looking at all the different layers that make up the high schools in our schools. But you know, I can't help but keep thinking how Napa High continues to be the high school where there's always a high percentage of low income, free reduced, and maybe because it's been a pathway. And right now, maybe it's because it's also the pathway for our dual language immersion program, you know, but that's happening now. But before, what made that decision, right? And we know that our boundaries can impact that. And we're always trying to find ways to balance that so that our schools don't have that segregation that's been occurring across the state, where you have your brown kids here and then your white kids here. And so, and I think some of the times we don't see the breakdown of the ethnicities, but we know statistically when we're looking at free reduced, majority of those kiddos are your multilingual speakers, are your Latinos, are your Mexicanos. And so, you know, and being an alumni of Napa High, it's, you know, I think we're trending in a way where we're looking at the data now more carefully, where we can constantly look at it and try to balance that as much as possible, and also follow the trends of what our students or families are going to, because they're also choosing in some ways to attend some of these high schools. And sometimes it's either, well, both ways, either by choice or that's because that's what's nearby them. You just mentioned, right, geographically, anything below Trancas is a large concentration. So where you're going to go to your nearest school, because you can send your kids to by bus or walk there, right? I took the bus to school. So just what I'm trying to say is I'm glad that we're looking at the data, that we have quality data as well, that's coming our way, to be able to understand and keep an eye on that flow, in order for us to respond to it in the best way possible, so that we continue to have our schools be diverse and that there's equity. And you know, when you add more free reduced lunch eligible kiddos to a particular school, it impacts also the funding there. And so just all of these things that we have to think about. So but I was really glad to see the academic data too, and kind of see how the two are just hand in hand. So that's really great to be able to see that. So just I really appreciate that. I appreciate the again, the quality data being presented, that we're not just making assumptions that there and not one data point is just being looked at in isolation, but how it all connects. So that's something that I appreciate today, but it continues to the declining enrollment makes everything real, but it's interesting how some data points are still not surprising to me to see that in here. So yeah, no particular question, just my comment.
Thank you.
Trustee Gomez, did you have anything to add? I just had a couple of quick comments. It looks like there's not a very large delta here in changes between high schools. We're talking 50 some odd students. And that's not all that significant in the grand scheme of things when we're talking about enrollments of 1,700 students or so. I think that the presentation tonight has demonstrated that a lot of talk sometimes in the community, it portrays open enrollment as this boogeyman that causes all these ills. But in fact, what we've seen tonight is that's just not true. It's not the case that we have huge problems based on our open enrollment, and it achieves many of the policies that you outlined earlier in the presentation. Like balancing our schools and trying to keep programs alive. So I thank you for tonight's presentation, and I believe Dr. Massetti has a couple comments.
Yeah, it's just
Thank
to
you.
sort of summarize some high level points that I think have emerged through the comments and reactions from the trustees. So I just, for clarity, if you go back to some of the slides, and I don't want to rehash the presentation too much, but I just want everyone to just, take a look at slide 38, please.
So you have to go up.
So this is the slide that just shows the natural difference between the two schools within the boundary. And so we see that they're, again, due to the demographic trends and the housing density, we can see that Napa High School has more density in the boundary. So the number of students that naturally live within the Napa High boundary is, there's a significant difference. There's a delta there. And just to be clear, because there has been a lot of scrutiny around open enrollment, and I can be compassionate, empathize, listen to that. I will continue to listen to that and remain really curious about that, because I think it's probably based on maybe some past practices, some history. I can't go backwards. All I can do is make sure that we're in compliance today, that we're, that we're in compliance today, and that we're following the law, the education code that's laid out, the board policy that's laid out. And so the purposes of today's presentation is to make that very visible, explicit, and clear that we are following what's laid out in board policy and the education code. And we work within these constraints. There's really not tremendous flexibility. It's not, we can't bend these constraints. So I just want to make that really clear. So something to just illuminate here that I want to make as sort of a statement is we've been very committed, and this is historical. This has been a trend and a commitment, again, when it was implemented before, the explicitness around following policy and education code, I can't speak to. I can speak to it today. But what has been consistent and what we know, what's been a historical expectation and remains our truth, is that we have been aiming and prioritizing maintaining our two high schools in the Napa area numerically balanced. Why is that? We've been dedicated in our history and in our current practice to not have one school be 1,000 students while another school be 1,500 students, throwing out random numbers, just not creating a scenario where there are districts, I've worked in them, where they're not paying attention to numerical balance between the schools. They'll have a high school of 900, they'll have another high school of 1,900. They'll have 1,000 student delta between two high schools, on the different ends of town, which does create a tremendous disparity in the programming that you can offer at the two schools, just because of the sheer volume or lack of volume of students at the respective schools. So we have been really committed here historically and in current practice to keep the schools numerically balanced, right? So as long as that remains a principle, the declining enrollment is going to be intertwined into all of this open enrollment practice, because declining enrollment is going to affect the boundaries differently for the two schools. And we see that that's happening when you look at the 10-year demographic trends. You see that Vintage is going to have less than 1,000 students in the boundary. So if we're going to stay committed to this idea of keeping the two high schools numerically balanced, open enrollment will continue to be a mechanism for creating that numerical balance. And we just have to continue to monitor that year to year in a very volatile environment where these demographics are shifting dramatically compared to how to trends that used to be much more stable. We're going to have to continue to monitor it. We're going to have to continue to assess, like, what do we value? Do we continue to value that the schools stay numerically balanced? Is that important to us as an organization, as a community? And so I just want, to keep the conversation alive and going as the demographic shift occurs. We have to stay really curious about all of these trends and what the various implications are. I didn't ask staff to prepare anything historical. We are looking at the results of open enrollment this year. And I think one of the reasons it's been triggering this year is because our wait list is very short. So that for, at least for the two high schools in the Napa area where there's been some scrutiny and a lot of curious questions, which we totally appreciate. There's a short wait list, very short wait list. We saw on
That's
both
correct. And
sides.
so we were.
There's a very short wait list, which means that most of the families, the majority, almost all of them,
All
who
of them.
wanted to open enroll, were allowed to go because of this overarching principle of keeping the two schools numerically balanced. In a previous year, which was last year, and that is because why? Because there's spaces at the school because declining enrollment is happening. We had a situation last year where dozens of families were actually not allowed the open enrollment seat. Why? Because of the same overarching driving principle. What's the overarching driving principle? We want to keep the two schools numerically balanced. And had we allowed dozens and dozens of students to exercise the open enrollment process and attain the seat, the schools would have dramatically been imbalanced. So this is in a year-to-year basis. And so just to note, I think it's important to emphasize, despite the movement that you see and that is articulated on slide 30 or slide 40, where there's a difference of 55, 65 students going into Napa High and 120 going into Vintage, Napa Vintage is still 63 students smaller. Exercising all of the open enrollment, we still have a smaller student population at Vintage. And this might continue to be the reality as declining enrollment continues to impact the demographics and the two attendance boundaries. So it's an ongoing conversation. It's going to be an ongoing analysis. You know, I would argue we probably need to do this presentation annually to see what the outcomes of open enrollment are, the outcomes of the open enrollment process annually, and how it's interplaying with the declining enrollment and demographic shifts being caused by the declining enrollment in the background. So thank you to staff. It was a lot of data. It's a lot of information. And I'm also very proud of the quality of work and the execution of the policy, that we are following it with integrity and fidelity. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And now it's time for a 5-minute break. Okay, and we are back. We are on now to J2A, safe routes to school.
Oh, was already on. Thank you. I'm back once again, and I am pleased to announce or pleased to introduce two guests that we have from the Napa County Bicycle Coalition. So I would like to bring up Kara Werner, the Executive Director of the Napa County Bicycle Coalition, and Carlotta Sinato, am I saying that correctly? From the Program Manager of Napa County Bicycle Coalition, who are going to present on one of my favorite things as an former elementary principal, safe routes to school.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And then mic is on.
Hi, good evening, President Gracia, trustees, Student Representative Gomez, and Dr. Musetti. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. I'm Kara. This is Carlota. And the mission of the Bike Coalition is to make riding a bicycle throughout Napa County safe, convenient, and accessible for all ages and abilities. However, we also do a lot of education and advocacy around pedestrians or together active transportation, essentially walking and rolling. The Safe Routes to School initiative, if you aren't familiar with it, is actually a national initiative, and it's designed to create more students who want to walk and ride to school and to make it fun, safe, and convenient to do so. It aims to improve safety, help students meet recommended daily physical activity, and develop healthy, independent students. So students get a lot of sort of self-efficacy and independence from being able to transport themselves to and from school. There we go. Safe routes programs have been studied and found to be effective at their goals, essentially increasing the number of students who walk and ride to school and reducing traffic dangers and therefore improving student safety. There's quite a few benefits of walking and riding to school, which is why we enjoy it so much and are so passionate about it. So really quickly, it does increase daily physical activity and exercise, which also lends itself to improved emotional and behavioral health, and even social connections. So a lot of times students will do that together. They'll feel more connected to their community because they're out of their cars, they're seeing their neighbors, they're seeing their environment. It helps improve academic performance. Students arrive to school more alert and ready to learn, and also reduce tardies and absences. There's a lot of congestion around school sites, and so they're not held up in that traffic in trying to get to school, as well as they're not dependent on a parent for transportation. So if the parent can't make it, then the students can still make it to school. It can lower transportation costs. I'm sure everybody's very familiar with the cost of gas right now, so that can be a help. It decreases traffic congestion in school zones and decreases air pollution, which can be particularly harmful for developing young people's lungs. And what does this look like in Napa County, and how can we benefit it? We contracted with EMC Research to conduct a survey of K-8 parents throughout Napa County in 2021 and found that 77% of students use non-active modes to get to school. So they're going in vehicles rather than walking or riding. On the flip side of that, 76% of parents would like their students to be able to walk and ride to school. So it's a very popular initiative and very widely supported in idea. However, there's lots of barriers that we're trying to work through in order to increase the numbers who can feel comfortable doing that. It can contribute to reducing the percentage of students who are considered overweight or obese. It can help reduce the number of students who are considered chronically absent, which is high. Not only in Napa, we understand that's actually high nationally, especially since the pandemic. We think we have a lot of ability to help reduce traffic congestion and have more students ride to school, because 31% of all Napa County trips within Napa are 2 miles or less vehicle trips. And so that's a really sweet spot for transitioning, especially to riding a bicycle. And decreased air pollution is really key here. The #1 greenhouse gas emission source is on-road transportation throughout Napa County. So lots of benefits here, specifically as well as sort of nationally. Just as a little bit of background, the Safe Routes program was started around 2011 and was led by the Napa County Office of Education. And the shape of the program and the partnerships have all sort of evolved over the years. In 2018, the core partners were NCOE, ourselves, and Napa Valley Transportation Authority. And we say core partners, we really mean those who are connected and receiving the funding. The partnership is really wide. So obviously we partner with school districts and in schools and law enforcement and others. So it's really a program that exists because of partnerships. In 2022, that became a core partnership between the Bike Coalition and NVTA, and they then transitioned to law enforcement, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. But that's kind of been the evolution of the primary partners over the years. The Safe Routes program is guided by a few different elements, and they all happen to start with E's. The E's that are sort of pronounced here in Napa have been things that encourage students to walk and ride, to try it. So bringing incentives and having a big push around certain days, walk and roll to school day, bike to school day. Also education, so in-class education as well as community-based education. Evaluation and engagement. We're going to talk a little bit about our walk audits that were extensive evaluations of 31 school sites and the community engagement involved in those. And then another E that is really foundational to our work is equity. So we're looking at what we know about disparities and how we can design our program and seek diverse input to shape our program so that it's most relevant and impactful for the most number of people. So the walk audit reports were done over a few different years, and I understand Trustee Water maybe joined one of them at Vichy, and I'm not sure if anyone else did. That's what I heard anyway. Oh, excellent. Excellent. So this was a process that brought together stakeholders, so students, parents, school staff. They observed drop off and pickup times and sort of site circulation and infrastructure, walked around the schools. And then those groups looked at the biggest barriers and the biggest solutions and prioritized those. We matched those to other information and data that exists as well as other plans. And this resulted in 31 detailed walk audit reports. They're all available on our website. You can download if there's a particular school you want more detailed information about. They are all there on our Safe Routes page. And together that resulted in 655 infrastructure recommendations. So, changes in the streetscape, for example, or facilities at school, and 119 programmatic recommendations, so things like education, walk and roll Wednesdays, etc. To give you just a quick sense, because I know you probably don't want to be here all night, so we're not going to go into all of them, but just to give you a sense of some of the recommendations, there were 5 that were universal to all of the schools. And those 5 universal recommendations included installing high visibility crosswalks all around the school zones. And so those are ones that have more striping and are more visible to vehicles. Implementing daylighting strategies at intersections around school zones. And daylighting is when you reduce obstacles to sight. So sometimes that requires moving parking back, putting in a red curb there, but it can also be more creative. You can put in bike racks in that space, for example, or planners or other things, but it helps motorists and pedestrians and bicyclists see each other better. Widening sidewalks that lead to school entrances. So they're quite flooded, especially at certain times. And that can be a barrier to walking and, using a wheelchair, for example. Traffic calming treatments. Those are changes to the streetscape that through engineering tend to slow traffic. And that's especially important in those segments that are asking motorists and bicyclists to share the road. So there's no designated bike lane, but you see those sharrows and you see the share the road signs. So the sharrows and the signs don't really do it without the engineering that also calms traffic. And then with all of the changes applying ADA compliant curb ramps whenever possible. So those are just sort of a sampling of some of those. Where we are today is that we're continuing the primary E's here in Napa. So we're currently visiting different schools and doing bike rodeos at those schools. We've formed a Safe Routes to School Advisory Committee and have representation from all of the jurisdictions and sort of a school staff, law enforcement, public works, parents, advocates, just a great group of folks, NCOE. We're doing safety summits at 7 schools, and that's where we're engaging parents in talking about the results of the walk audits that we did, thinking about what might be a way to increase walking and riding at their school sites, given what they know of their sort of community and what's most accessible to them. And we're doing a newsletter as well. So we're building a sort of network of Safe Routes champions, of parents and school sites, and doing just a monthly sort of blast about best practices and upcoming events and new data and that kind of thing. On the education side, we're doing bicycle rodeos in the schools and bilingual family biking workshops on the weekends. And then we're continuing the encouragement activities, the 2 I mentioned, as well as some community rides. Moving forward, part of the reason the program has changed so much is that there are various funding streams, and I'm sure you're very familiar that some roll for a while and then they stop, and then you sort of look at it, as well as changing needs too. So where we are with that is that we have worked with all of the various law enforcement agencies in the county who were willing to say that through an MOU, they wanted to continue the program with the application lead being Napa Police Department and the Bike Coalition being the implementers of the program. And so we have sort of in coordination with all of the agencies submitted this application. And it will be some time before we hear, but doing it that way will allow us to provide the services countywide. And I think that actually relates to some extent to the previous presentation, because we know so many students don't necessarily go to school in the neighborhoods where they live. And so really being able to provide that countywide is the best way, we think, to encourage walking and biking and to make sure that that's safe. Moving forward, what we would also like to do is do more in-school classroom-based education. So right now we're only able to go in and do the bike rodeos, which really teach bike handling skills and some traffic safety. But we'd like to be able to dive into that a little more in the classroom before moving on to onto the bicycles. We want to experiment with helping to build some walking school buses, and otherwise continue with a lot of the elements, continue to build that parent champion network in particular. Let's see, is there anything? No.
Can you explain what a walking school bus is?
Yes, absolutely. I did that sort of fast because I wanted to be able to allow time for questions. But a walking school bus is when the community meets at a certain spot and then walks to school together. And so it builds in time to get that exercise and that daily activity, but it can also really help relieve congestion in a school site. If other folks are driving in, because again, not everybody lives in the neighborhood where they are, then they can kind of create a meeting place, and then walk together. And it helps a lot of people feel safer doing it because they're not just doing it by themselves. Absolutely. Constantly. They're probably tired of hearing from us. But we do see changes. They're staffing up, their public works department is really staffed up since the pandemic. They've just gotten a lot of great grant news. So things are really looking up for infrastructure changes. And as they've done that, they've moving forward, they're making changes. For example, when they go out and do the crosswalk paving replacement, they are going to be doing everything they can to put those high visibility crosswalks in school zones. They probably are not going to be able to do every crosswalk in 1 year, but that's really what they're moving towards. I think primarily in their streets and sidewalk program. Yes.
I'll also add that they were involved in the walk audit report development. They looked at the reports when we were going through the drafts, and they have all the walk audit reports. They know they're there. We like to remind them they're there. So they have those infrastructure recommendations available to them and us to talk about it at all times. And so we like to refer them to those reports when they're doing work in school areas.
Thank you very much.
I have just a couple of questions. Well, first, a comment. I did notice that the city of Napa is going to be reducing speeds by five miles per hour on quite a few streets. The list is in today's paper, and that has to be really something that will make people feel a lot safer about cycling. And then the other one is, and do you all work with the city on that? Is there any crossover between the slow down Napa, drive 25 miles, 25 saves lives? Do you all coordinate with them at all?
We partner pretty constantly. We're separate groups, but we are in touch quite a bit.
Well, I like the wider sidewalks. Of course, in some cases, it would be any sidewalk because we have a lot of we've got the county pockets within the city that don't have sidewalks. And but I think that I do support this. I mean, I live downtown and everything's flat, and really Napa does have the ability to be a real bike town because we have relatively few hills. And I used to ride my bike occasionally to Napa High when I didn't have to drag too much stuff with me. And when I taught summer school, I rode my bike fairly often. It's fun. It makes you feel like you're not working, but in the summer. But and my kids are avid cyclists, and my son rode his bicycle cross country once.
Oh, wow.
But it's I think that the slowing down and that's a good move. Opening up areas so people can see better, because the growth of the SUVs in this community, when they're bunched up on a corner, you just can't see around. But I think people are getting more conscious about bikes and walking. We've got the illuminated crosswalks, we've got the blinking lights that actually are kind of scary. So good job. This is really great for children's health.
I had a question and then some comment. You said that you were interested in pushing into classrooms in order to do some teaching in those classrooms. Do you have credentialed teachers for doing that work?
We don't have credentialed teachers, and so I used to have a credential. I know that doesn't count because I let it expire. But I did get a teaching credential. So we have a lot of background in presenting and teaching. What we do have is we are both league certified instructors, so it's a national credential for teaching bicycle safety. So we don't have a traditional teaching credential, but we certainly have teaching in the realm of bicycle and to some extent pedestrian safety as well.
Just so long as the teacher's there.
Yeah, it's not a course, right? It's a class, but it's a presentation, it's a training.
Yeah,
and like it's not something that's part of the curriculum, or
it's a presentation.
Not replacing.
No. When we look at it, we are probably, so if we are awarded this grant, what we're going to do is look at all of the sort of best practice curriculum that exists out there. The Office of Traffic Safety has one, for example. And then at that time, sort of compare it to especially the PE standards, and do as much sort of cross work with those standards as possible to make it as relevant, as supportive to the district's goals in that way.
So what I know that you've gone to our school. So have you gone to every elementary school, every middle school, every high school, or what it has been your work in our schools?
Yeah, so with the walk audit reports, that evaluation and assessment was done at all of the sort of viable school sites that we could. So that was 31 of them. But this all in the count, yeah, sorry. And so, you know, this happened over the course of the pandemic too, and schools closed and moved. And so, we reached the far majority. In terms of what we're funded to do now, we're in the K through 8. The encouragement days, we do work with the high schools as well. And this past year, we worked with a group of students who are our Bike Month ambassadors, and they hosted the Energizer stations at their schools if their school signed up. So what we're currently funded to do, we're not able to reach every single school. And so we're trying to sort of space that out and prioritize higher needs schools. So for example, at our safety summits, we're partnering right now with the family resource centers at Jefferson and Shearer and Phillips. And did I say Jefferson? I meant McPherson. I meant McPherson. Sorry. I was the street. I was moving that way on Jefferson to go there in my mind. And well,
It's late.
yeah, it's late. And the bike rodeos have been a smattering. So we approach people, but there's certain people who have the capacity to take us up and, you know, feel like they can talk to us about that and arrange that, and others don't. So it's a little bit site dependent.
How often would you be trying to come into classrooms to make presentations?
So the sort of program model that we developed with the advisory committee, it is proposing to provide basically an hour and a half of classroom-based education at a school once a year, followed by a bike rodeo. So that's about another 45 minutes, targeting 4th and 5th graders primarily.
And I appreciate tonight's presentation, but it looked like there were 655 recommendations that were made over which we as a school board have no control, right? It sounds like the appropriate place for some of those is the Napa City Council. But as a district, we certainly can get behind programming that supports students exercising and increases social and emotional health, and certainly connection to community.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Safe Routes is really, you know, on the school-based side, especially when we're doing those safety summits, we're talking to parents about programmatic things they can do. And on the infrastructure side, we're really working with electeds and public work departments and trying to raise awareness and advocate for those infrastructure changes on that side. So I absolutely hear you and understand.
Thank you.
I have seen a lot of your programs because I have kids in Canyon Oaks Elementary, where when I first started working with the PTOs, that you guys came down and did bike rodeo. I got volunteers for you guys, and I was like, oh, this is great, because all the kids were really excited for that day because they knew they were going to get to do something fun, something different. You know, there was always you're asking about the walking school bus. We have a couple of that each year where everybody gets dropped off at the local fire station and everybody walks over. That's always fun. I don't think I've ever seen so many kids walk except on those days, which is great. And I guess the most recent thing about the collaborations with the cities is, so over by where we live, over by Canyon Oaks, they had just redone some of the streets. And so they put in the bike lanes, right? I don't even know what class they are, but they're very class 2. Okay, well, thank you. It definitely slowed the people down. There were some grumblings in the beginning, but I think people understood that that's the reason why, is because you want to slow down traffic. That was the intent, right? And definitely, I mean, we walk to school every day. And we love to be able to walk to school because we see all those cars backed up, and I'm like, hey, we're gonna beat this car when we get to that crosswalk. So it's been great. Really enjoy all the work that you guys do, because the kids really appreciate that ability sometimes just to be independent when they can do that. I mean, my son's always asking, well, can I just walk to school? I said, sure, go ahead. And they like it when, you know, they can get their kids to walk with them. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your help with that and for walking yourself to school with your child.
Oh, I'm making a list of all the schools that need sidewalks, and I'll go down and make myself popular with County Public Works. I'll say you sent me.
They were on the walk audit reports, so we got them listed out.
Okay.
I just want to thank you for your advocacy on this. It's and the way that you're bringing together all of the related agencies, because it really does cross over. And it's really a pressing issue. I mean, there have been multiple incidents where kids have been hit, you know, and not just going to school, but also it just seems, maybe it's the American Canyon Happenings Facebook page, but I feel like I'm seeing things all the time about pedestrian.
We're a small community.
Yeah,
They talk about
pedestrian problems. And so the more that
things that we need.
that highlights it, and I know that, you know, there have been pedestrian accidents here in Napa recently too. And so just to get in early and plant that seed with kids that when you're on the bike or walking, you know, yes, the car should be looking out for you, but whatever the curriculum is that is planting that seed with young people that, you know, it's on you also to pay attention and follow the rules. Because kids can get a little spacey and distracted, and you know, so but you know, we're talking about their lives on the line, literally. In addition to all the benefits, the health benefits that you're highlighting, and I do think it's interesting that your presentation followed our open enrollment presentation, because you know, sadly, that's one of the downsides of open enrollment is that elementary kids are often much farther away from their school than they would have been with a neighborhood sort of zone boundary area model that we, you know, have had in the past. So I appreciate the ways in which you are endeavoring to still encourage that, even though kids are farther from their schools, recognizing that challenge and looking for ways to address it. So thanks.
Great. Thank you. And that actually really aligns with what's called the safe systems approach, which guides a lot of our work. And one of the tenets is that everyone is responsible for safety, right? So you want to build things right, you want to engineer them right, you want to enforce them. But at the end of the day, every single one of us, no matter what mode we're using, is responsible for safety too. So.
Okay, that looks like it. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, J2B, Student Mental Health and Wellness in NVUSD.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Once again, good evening to you all and to our community here with us tonight. And those at home watching, if you're not already asleep. So I'm going to begin this presentation with a quote from the Surgeon General's recent advisory on protecting youth mental health. Every child's path to adulthood is different and difficult. Many face added challenges along the way that are often beyond their control. There's no map and the road is never straight. But the challenges today's generation of young people face are unprecedented and uniquely hard to navigate. The effect these challenges have had on their mental health is devastating. Mental health challenges in children, adolescents, and young adults are real and they are widespread. But I'm here to bring good news. They are treatable and often preventable. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that NVUSD has done in support of student mental health and wellness throughout the most challenging of times. I'm grateful to be able to share that work with you this evening alongside my esteemed colleagues who are still here, even though it's late. I appreciate them. Also, I want to give a shout out to Kristen Nelson, our coordinator of student wellness and support, who unfortunately is ill this evening and unable to be here, and it's breaking her heart. I know she's on the call right now watching, and we'll give her a chance to pop in and say hi at the end. It really is the work of her heart. And over the past 8 years, she has built the wellness programs here in NVUSD alongside the vision of Laura Moyman when she was here. So I just want to give Kristen a shout out at home. Yes. So here tonight with me, I have, like I said, a few of my amazing colleagues. We have Sarah Berry, who is a social worker at Vintage High School and Unidos Middle School. We have Melanie Merkner, who is the peer support coordinator at Vintage High School and also a teacher. We have Wendy Summers, who is a counselor at Napa High School. And we have Daisy Zamora, who is the youth outreach coordinator in the Wellness Center at Napa High School. We also had, I want to say, a student who is here with us, but she has early flight, and so she needed to leave. But we are really appreciative that the youth are so passionate about mental health and about wellness. And we actually had another student who wanted to come and talk, but they couldn't get off their work schedule. So the youth are passionate about mental health and they want to share it with all of you. I want to thank you all, the trustees, for elevating mental health as one of our annual board priorities for this year. You have been visionary in recognizing and responding to the mental health crisis that we're in right now. And so I just put up on this slide the 4 success indicators that you all identified for this school year around annual priority number 4. So train all staff in social emotional learning in the ecosystem of Cariño and the scholar system work. Provide integrated and designated social emotional learning. Pilot a high school social emotional learning program. And maintain our mental health professional resources despite turbulent funding realities. And with the ultimate goal that you identified to improve the mental health of our students. So tonight we'll be addressing the progress related to these success indicators, also provide an analysis of the current data metrics that we have around student mental health, and talk a little bit about the future of what we're looking forward to continuing to build with our mental health programming. So just briefly, this is data from the 2021 Surgeon General's Advisory, nationwide data. 1 in 5 students have a mental health need, 80% get no treatment. And those who do get treatment, 75% of those students get it in a school. And the reality on the personnel side is that there's 500 students to every 1 mental health professional in a school. In Napa, in Napa Unified, we have identified the need of our own students with a mental health screener that we've been doing since the start of the pandemic to get a dipstick into what's going on with our students who may be internalizing, right, some of their feelings. So we give it at the beginning of and end of each year. All students in our system do the SEQ. For the students who are in the primary grades, the teacher is reporting on the students' wellness. And then in grades 4 through 12, the students self-report. And it's categorized into these 5 components. So there's questions on emotional systems or symptoms, conduct problems, hyperactivity and inattention, peer relationship problems. And they're phrased in things like, I often have difficulty making friends, right? They're phrased in kid-friendly questions. And then there's actually, it's called the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire because there are questions around pro-social skills as well. So the 4 scales at the top are added together to generate a total difficulty score. And then we use that score and we actually, our MTSS teams triage students. This is our screener, and we are able to triage students who need tier 2 or secondary or tertiary, tier 3 supports based on the screener. So overall, in our school district, 1 in 10 students in grades 4 through 12 scored very high on the Strengths and Difficulties questionnaire from this fall. So it gives us a sense of the need in our system. On the spring of 2022 California Healthy Kids Survey, which is administered to students in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11 every spring, And this is an anonymous survey that they take. The SDQ, we do want to triage the students, so it's confidential, but it is not anonymous. California Healthy Kids is anonymous. You can see the state average for chronic sadness and suicide, and you can see that we're slightly elevated in NVUSD in both of those areas.
Is that in percentages?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Am I going too fast? Tell me. Okay. And we use the California Healthy Kids Survey. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. We use the California Healthy Kids Survey to look at trends and analysis and to help with developing programming that can support those trending needs that we see with student mental health. It also gives us, beyond just mental health indicators, it gives us school connectedness indicators as well, and whether you have a trusting adult on the campus, and so it can give cultural implications as well for our schools and teams. We have partnered since the beginning of the pandemic, thanks to the board approving the Carasalis contract. We've partnered with Carasalis, which is a care concierge or care coordination service to provide free care coordination for all of our NVUSD students, staff, and the families of our students and staff. And what I wanted to show here is just a snapshot of the total cases, appointments that have been able to be booked with external therapeutic providers, and also the time savings to our in-house mental health professionals. This is critical that 5,000 emails and 3,000 phone calls were made by Carasalis so that our mental health professionals can give direct services to students and spend their time with students and supporting them. But this also gives us a sense of the need in our system. So one of the recommendations from the Surgeon General's advisory was to create positive, safe, and affirming school environments in order to support student mental health. This aligns with our board priority success indicator 1, which was to train all staff in social emotional learning. So we have been training throughout this year, all of our staff and leaders in the Risk to Promise scholar system training, which is creating the ecosystem of cariño in our classrooms and in our schools. We also have continued to support positive behavior interventions and supports with our be safe, be respectful, be responsible culture that we're building in our classrooms and in the different areas of our schools. And since the pandemic, we've been really focusing on our 3 signature practices of social emotional learning for integrated SEL, which are to have welcoming, warm, welcoming activities at the beginning of time together, brain breaks and engaging strategies during, and then the last is an optimistic close at the end. And I'll be modeling an optimistic close for you all at the end of this presentation as well. We have, thanks to your support, been able to expand social emotional learning programs with the Toolbox project that you heard about earlier, and also with the Scholar system. We have been able to expand Second Step and bring in the digital aspect of Second Step to all of our elementary schools and middle schools. And we have 2 high schools who are using Character Strong as a pilot. That's Valley Oak High School and American Canyon High School. And they both have advisory-like sort of parts of their day where they're able to deliver that social emotional learning program. I'm just gonna skip forward. This is just sort of an overview of what social emotional learning programs do. They teach empathy, they teach problem solving, they teach emotion management. They talk about bullying and being an upstander, right? And they also teach students how to calm down, and they teach mindfulness strategies as well. Another recommendation from the advisory from the Surgeon General was to recognize signs of students who are at risk and take action. And so, oh, I didn't mean to press the laser. Sorry if I got anyone. So another thing that we have done in NVUSD, thanks to your support, is to expand our suicide prevention through a partnership with Mentis. This year, we have been able to train over 350 staff to be gatekeepers of QPR, and we've been able to train over 40 students to be gatekeepers. And so QPR is like the CPR of mental health, right? It's that emergency response to someone who's in crisis. We also are going to be offering on March 22nd, a community QPR training on Zoom for families and community members who would like to become certified as gatekeepers. And I spoke earlier about Care Solace and how Care Solace allows us to do that warm handoff for students who are needing something that's beyond the scope of our ability or something that's more regular in terms of therapeutic support. We're able to do a warm handoff to a care concierge who can take the time, do all of the communication between the provider and the family to make sure that that student gets put into care. We wouldn't be able to do all of the work that we do without the collective impact of our community partners. So I just wanted to recognize some of them today. So we really have this network of care in Napa that is unique, I think. We are fortunate to partner with many organizations, many community-based organizations, with including Mentis, the Up Valley Family Centers, St. Helena Unified. We have a coalition, a wellness coalition that meets monthly, that includes all of these people. NCOE, the County of Napa, 10,000 Degrees, Aldea, and News, just to name a few. And really, Aldea and Mentis and On the Move are spotlighted here because they work on our school campuses in our wellness centers to provide, to help us provide that care to students who have higher needs, who need that tier 2 or tier 3 support. I also wanted to just spotlight that our specialized student services personnel teams, and that includes our social workers and counselors, we meet monthly, but then they also meet monthly in PLCs. So all the social workers that work with the middle schools and all the counselors that work in the middle schools, they all meet and have a whole agenda to talk about different things that they're seeing pop up. So just like teachers have PLCs, we have our own mental health professional PLCs. And yesterday we were fortunate to all be together and hear from a grief counselor from Calabria Hospice. And so she was talking about grief counseling and, what are things, we all think about the stages of grief. She was actually talking about the reality of grief is that there's not a clear path that people follow. So great professional development for our staff. Right. So next we're going to jump into the really fun part of the program where I get to bring up my colleagues to talk about our amazing wellness centers. So our wellness centers in Napa provide a continuum of supports, and a continuum of supports is another recommendation from the Surgeon General's advisory. We serve over 450 students every day in our wellness centers at 7 school site locations: American Canyon Middle School, Redwood Middle School, Silverado, I'm like losing my breath, gotta calm down. Unidos, American Canyon High School, Napa High School, and Vintage High School. And Napa High School and Vintage High School are 2 newest wellness centers. So our wellness centers really provide that continuum of supports through screening that's universal, providing early intervention and prevention, triaging the students who come through the door and also who we see through the data need extra help through a tiered service delivery model. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 that you've heard me talk about before. And then targeted interventions at each level. So check in, check out, mentoring, cognitive behavioral therapy, bounce back, and individual and group counseling. And then we also, as I mentioned, connect those students with community-based organizations within our wellness centers and also without, coordinate services on campus. And we have an amazing intern program that has allowed us to hire people who we've been able to train up right as soon as they're done with their internships. So why wellness? This is data from this is pre-pandemic data on our middle school wellness centers that was conducted by a outside evaluator, external evaluator, that saw a 55% improvement in overall school competence in students who were accessing the wellness centers. And then 20% increase in preferred social behaviors or pro-social behaviors, a reduction in referrals and suspensions, behavior problems, and an increase in peer preferred social behaviors. We often will attach student surveys to our SDQ to the schools that have wellness centers so that we're constantly evaluating our programs and how we can improve them to serve students. Depression is also increased in our wellness centers, and we've also seen a reduction in suicide consideration because of the wellness centers. And now, the good part, I am going to turn it over to the dedicated professionals who are doing the work on the ground at our school sites. I'm going to start with my friend and colleague, Melanie Markner.
Yes, I will do. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Melanie Markner, and I have the honor of following in the footsteps of these amazing educators, Harris Nussbaum, Rich Anderson, Matt Denny, and Ted Ward, as the teacher and coordinator of the peer support program. For nearly 50 years at Vintage High, I'm sorry, it's late, you guys. For nearly 50 years, the Vintage High Peer Support Program has provided peer-to-peer mentorship for students who need both social emotional and academic support, serving students at Vintage as well as all three Napa middle schools. Beyond mentorship, the peer support program helps young people to grow their mental health awareness, prevention, and leadership skills as they wind their way through the challenging times that can come with adolescence. The idea of a wellness center has been a dream for both me as well as my predecessors for decades. A comfortable and nurturing space where all mental health services are under one roof, easily accessible for all students. When approval and funding were finally made possible, I went straight to the peer support students to gather their ideas and interests. With their help, along with a ton of research along the way, we were able to design a space that was truly student-centered. And these are all pictures of the Vintage High Wellness Center, and modeling are many of the peer support students. The peer support students collaborated with one another as well as with the Vintage Graphics department to design the space they wanted. Beyond providing ideas and plans, they quite literally helped build the wellness center by physically painting the walls, assembling the furniture, and organizing the layout. While the peer support classroom is housed in the same building as the wellness space, the students also continue to be an integral part of the actual wellness space by creating monthly or weekly wellness activities designed to invite all students to take part in and learn from. Here's an example that appeared in our weekly video bulletin at Vintage. This clip is a collaboration between our peer support students and our digital media production students.
Your support mentors are here to listen and talk to whatever you want to talk about, and everything stays completely confidential. If this sounds like something that you might be interested in, you would like to do, go to our Instagram page and open up a form. The Wellness Center is located in HM6. The Wellness Center is a place to calm down, reset, or find someone to talk to. However, the Wellness Center is a no-phone zone, so you have to put your phone away. This is just so you can truly detach and de-stress. The Wellness Center has a wellness activity every month. Do you know that showing your gratitude creates strong relationships and improves mental and physical health? This month's wellness activity is to write on the gratitude board about anything that you're grateful for. Just make sure it's school appropriate and kind. We're always here to support you. Have a good week.
They're so cute. I cannot tell you how proud I am of those two students yes, please, anytime, come in. Okay, so lastly, I just want to say how proud I am of our students' continued and deep desire to support others, spreading mental health awareness while at the same time managing incredible workloads and many times overcoming their own mental health struggles. Their passion is infectious, and it is an honor to watch them lead the way. I want to thank all of you for prioritizing the mental health and wellness of our students and supporting the hard work of myself, my colleagues, and my students. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Next, I would like to bring up Daisy Zamora, who is our youth outreach coordinator at Napa High School. And she's going to talk about how our wellness centers engage our youth.
Going to bring this down a little. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a good night. I'm super excited to be here with you all today. So I'm Daisy Zamora. I am one of 3 wellness youth outreach coordinators at the high school wellness center. So for over 8 years, On the Move and Voices have been working together with the Napa Valley Unified School District. As an organization, we have been serving students in independent living services, and we recognize the importance of wellness and the role it plays as students transition into adulthood, which is why we were happy to partner up with NVUSD in the opening of the high school wellness centers. It has been a collaborative effort between NVUSD, Voices, school staff, and youth to create an environment that not only addresses students' wellness needs, but is also safe and welcoming. So actually in the images you see, the murals that are in the background were both designed and painted by students. So they got to physically build the space alongside with us staff, everyone on the wellness team. So it was physical labor, but also just like the designing and the behind the scenes, students have been involved in the whole process. And if you can go to the next visual, please. So at each of our wellness centers, we do monthly activities or even weekly activities with Mix It Up Monday, Wellness Wednesday, and Fun Friday. And part of this is so we ensure that students are both involved in the creation and what they want to see at the wellness centers, but also that students have a space to connect with other students, and especially those students that may be new on campus and need a space to go. In my role, I get to see students visit the Wellness Center every day, each with different needs. Students will come into the space to practice decompressing or to connect with the mental health services we offer on campus. When the Wellness Center first opened, our team was overwhelmed with joy just seeing students engage in the space. Best of all, students have taken pride and ownership of their space, even connecting their peers. I got to experience the impact of the wellness centers, including seeing them walk out each day with a smile and feeling supported. And I actually want to share out messages from 2 of our students, one who was here today and one who was not able to make it. So first, a message from Brianna Ramirez, a Napa High junior. She shares, "There's a gratitude wall at the wellness center. When I first wrote my gratitude, there must have been less than 5 notes on the wall. But coming back weeks later, I saw more than 30. I read each one, but one that stood out said, I am grateful for being able to wake up and thankful for a new day. As students, we not only keep up with our classes and grades, but we each hold different pressures. I have seen a lot of students spend their break and lunch alone. Most students separate themselves by grade level or friend group. I was happy to see at the Wellness Center that students are just together to connect. There's no groups and no one is alone." And then a student who was here earlier, her name is Dominique Hunt, and she wanted to share out as a freshman. She is new to NVUSD. She was homeschooled for middle school. So when she first came on campus, she didn't know where to go to connect. But she heard about the Wellness Center through being connected with her counselor. And she went in there just to reflect on her day and reflect on what was around campus. but it was actually the Wellness Center that helped her find the courage to connect outside of the Wellness Center. And now she comes in both to connect with friends, but then they connect outside of the space too. So that just speaks to the impact that the wellness centers are having. And this work really couldn't be done just us as individuals. We're really a team and a community working on this. So I'm super grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. And thanks to the students who voice we got to share, and thank you for sharing their voice, being an advocate. Lastly, I want to bring up two of my other amazing colleagues, Sarah Berry and Wendy Summers, who actually work in the wellness centers along with Daisy and our other youth outreach coordinators. And so they're going to talk about how we build a wellness hub in our wellness centers.
And Sarah, you confirmed it's past your bedtime?
Yes, I was saying, hi, I'm Sarah Berry. I'm a school social worker. This year I'm at Vintage High School and Unitas Middle School. And earlier, I was like, oh, they're going to have so much that they're going through. We're going to do a big deep breath to ground and relax. And now I'm like, no, we need to take a big deep breath to bring in some fresh air and wake up, because this is way past my bedtime. So I invite you all in the spirit of bringing you into the wellness center. Take a deep breath with me and then let it out. Whew, okay, and now I'm awake. I am not going to speak first, though. Wendy will be speaking.
Hi, and good late evening to you all. My name is Wendy Summers. I am one of the counselors at Napa High School, and my primary role is overseeing our new wellness center and providing intervention support for students. Like Melanie and Daisy and have said, I am so incredibly grateful to be a part of this process. I'm getting a little emotional just listening to Daisy and hearing from our students and seeing one of our students. It has been just a true pleasure from beginning to now, just to see the center and all of the people that have worked so hard, and just the true care that has gone into every detail, and working with the kids and our staff, our counseling team, our wellness team, Sarah, Kristen, everybody, the county, your support, it's just been incredible. So just really happy to be a part of it. Sarah and I are going to discuss the benefits of co-location, having all of us in one space, and the day-to-day of what it's like to access and be in the wellness center. So first, we need to understand how students find the wellness center or have heard about it. So we have many paths to our center depending on the needs of students. We've done campus-wide campaigns via announcements, social media posts, posters around the campus, and videos like you saw the example from Vintage, and we've done one with our leadership team at Napa High as well. We have online forms for our staff to refer students if they think that students can benefit from wellness resources. They submit a referral form that comes to me, and then I triage from there. Students also have access to the referral form. They can do a referral for themselves or for a friend that they feel could benefit. So we have that as well. And also, because our services are channeled through the Wellness Center, some students are referred via our MTSS process, which Sarah alluded to earlier, by looking at the SDQ data and attendance data and everything else that we do as an MTSS team. So we bring students in through that way as well and connect them with the appropriate staff or community providers. And of course, with all of that information, we get a lot of student drop-ins. Our day is filled with students dropping in, whether at break or lunch, before school, after school, or during class. So I'm going to pass off to Sarah.
I am back again. So I'm going to talk about two things. One is literally, how do they get to the wellness center, and what is it like to walk through the door? And then I am not going to do, I think, as good of a job as Daisy, but I'm going to try and paint a picture of maybe what it looks like at any given moment. If you were to join us there, what you would see. So the fast part, call slips. We actually call students in, right? Myself and the intervention counselors, as well as our providers, we're calling them in and we're seeing them on a regular basis. Some of them varying degrees of different things.
The other way is they get wellness passes from their teachers. So they say, I need a brain break, right? Or I need a pass to the wellness center, and they come and visit us that way. And then the other way is just breaks and lunch. So that's the other way that they come to us. So that's the physical. Once they get to the door, they step in and they are welcomed by someone like Daisy. Dahlia at Vintage, but Daisy at Napa High, if it gives you any example of that warm welcome when you first come through. They immediately start to assess. They really meet the students where they're at and hear from them what they need and what they came to the Wellness Center for. At that point, we have them fill out a little brief form on a Google form on a Chromebook. We just take a few pieces of information, and we do that for two reasons. We do it when they come in, and we do it when they leave as well. And we need that for safety, right? We want to know where all of our students are on campus at all times. The attendance person has access to it, so she can verify that as well. The other is to get some usage data, right? Starting to build that usage data, who's coming in, how frequently, and what are they there for, right? Now, if a student comes in crying, Daisy's not going to make them fill out the form. I just want to assure you of that. That's the beauty of our youth outreach workers. They can pivot and adjust, and they will immediately meet them where they're at and get them to where they need to be, whoever it is that they should be seen in that moment. And I bet Daisy does this too, but Dahlia over at Vintage, she'll go back and she'll actually log them in. Again, we don't want these students to be missing on campus. So we kind of all work as a team to make sure we're communicating with teachers and with staff, sometimes actually sending email as well, letting them know that a student is with us. So let's see, we've made it through. Great. Now, what maybe would you see, right, on any given day? So maybe we have a student who comes in the morning and shows the pass and tells Daisy, I just need a brain break, right? My teacher gave me some time. Maybe she just finished a math test and she knows she's got an essay in her AP English class, second period, and she needs more than that little passing period to regroup herself, right? Great. So she signs in and Daisy will remind her of the no cell phone policy and the 15 minutes, right? And if she hasn't been there, maybe orient her to the space. We have puzzles over here. We have, coloring materials over here. We have books over here, sand trays. Here's the mindfulness, great gratitude for the month. We even have tea and snacks and things like that. So just sort of orienting them to the space. They settle in, right? At the same time, we have call slips going out, right? So we have students coming in to see their Mentis therapist, or maybe they're doing a drug and alcohol prevention group or Mariposa group, or coming to see me, or coming to see, a Wendy. So those students are also kind of coming through, also going to see the nurse, right? So they're coming in to see the nurse as well. And maybe even there was a student who was sitting there at the very beginning, right? So maybe myself and a counselor had gone out the day before to do a home visit. We have a student who has been struggling with attendance since day one, but maybe since break, we'd only seen them a couple times. They stopped responding to phone calls and emails and parent squares and text messages. So we went and visited the family. We know they've struggled with homelessness and job insecurities in the past, but we talk to the students, we get them some help, the family, and then we realize that stepping back on that campus after you haven't been there for that long is not an easy thing to do. I don't know if you all have ever maybe not gone to the gym even for a couple months and then it's time to go back. It's kind of scary. Imagine school, right? On all of that pressure, knowing that the assignments have been piling up, right? So we say, why don't you do a slow entry? Go visit your counselor tomorrow morning. Come in. We just want you on campus. Make that step. They will usher you over to the Wellness Center. We'll set you up. You can open your Chromebook, look at your Google Classroom, start communicating with your teachers, prioritizing. Maybe by second period, you'll be ready to go back to class, right? And then maybe they'll come back for third period, but it's that slow entry. So that student's quietly working over there at the same time, right? Remember the student who was taking the 15-minute brain break, right? So before the, yeah, in between, right? So Daisy realizes, oh, 15 minutes is up and they're still quietly sitting there. So she approaches them just to remind them. So, okay, it's been 15 minutes. How are you feeling? Are you ready to go back to class? The student is very hesitant, right? I don't know. Well, then we have someone you can check in with if you're not ready to go back. So we kind of give this or that kind of thing, right? We understand you might need to be here longer, but we want you to check in with somebody then. Maybe at the same time, I peek out my door because my door is open if I don't have a student in there, and I kind of smile and wave. I am available for a check-in. She sees the couch in my office and decides to come in, right? Has a seat. At this point, she's been in the wellness center for 15 minutes. Maybe that's her first time. Maybe she's been there several times. She's watched the way Daisy and Wendy and Dahlia and myself have been interacting with students. You know, they say the vibe in the wellness center, the vibe in your office, Sarah. And they've noticed that, they see that, right? And so maybe in that moment, she decides to say the things she hasn't been able to say before, right? And that's important, right? Because now we can keep her safe. Right. And we can do what we need to do and work with the family to keep her safe. So that's sort of an example a little bit. And then you can, you know, and then of course, during breaks and lunch, they're coming in and they're doing things and they're interacting with each other and they're eating lunch and they're writing on the chalkboards and being together. Right. So there's many ways that they can actually come into the wellness center. Also, can you go to the next one? This is, oh, I thought there was some data, but it wasn't my data, so that's okay. You know how I am about there. Yeah, that was, you want to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that was it.
Sarah, if you can pause for just a sec, we do have to extend our meeting. It is now 10:30.
Okay.
I'm hoping to get a motion to extend to 1 so that we don't have to do this again.
Second.
A first by trustee Jankowicz, a second by trustee Gonzalez Morris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Do you need to take a break though?
No.
Oh, okay, just to extend the meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yet. No break yet. I had that growth line.
So we did have just to briefly review for these two new wellness centers. And this may be a month old or so. Of the 545 students who have checked in and accessed the wellness centers, 415 have needed mental health support. So that's 76%. The other students, and there could be some duplication here. Other students have needed wellness workshops or wanted information about wellness workshops, leadership opportunities like clubs and groups, employment support, educational support, and we also have hygiene supplies and things like that, and food and tea in there as well. But the overwhelming majority have been there and visited for mental health needs. So that was our little data snapshot. Yes. I was trying to keep the slides clean with the beautiful photos that we have of our kids and the centers. So this is all wonderful, but it wouldn't be possible without our mental health workforce. And so just wanted to give you a snapshot of our current ratios of mental health staff to students. So we're at 480 to 1 in elementary. We have a 50% increase this year in social workers at the elementary level so that we can be proactive and preventative to those students and their families. And at the middle school level, we have gotten it to 300 to 1 with 9.5 counselors, 2 social workers, and 3 interns. And then at the high school, we're also currently at 300 to 1. We have 16.5 counselors, 3 social workers, and 3 interns. And as Wendy mentioned, thanks to support from COVID funding and relief funding, and also your leadership, we've been able to provide additional 5th counselors at our high schools. And we have some of our middle schools that have traditionally only had 2 counselors. We now have additional counseling support at those schools as well. But that 5th counselor is critical. The non-academic, I mean, she obviously helps with academic stuff as well, but the intervention
counseling support is really critical. And some of our amazing counselors and social workers are pictured there at the PD day in October. So how do we sustain all of this work in a environment that is, declining enrollment, and we have instability with the funding, the volatile funding reality that you all identified as a concern, and we have a success indicator around it with board annual priority number 4. So along with Kristen and in collaboration with the Napa Valley Education Foundation, who Jennifer Stewart and her leadership has been incredible in helping us support this work in NVUSD. She's very passionate about it. We've been able to apply for and receive over $10 million in grants, current grants. And some of them are mentioned there that will last us through 2027 right now. We've received COVID relief funding. The Ed Foundation and the Wellness Conference have spotlighted mental health and brought additional funding through just awareness. And we are currently working to expand our Medi-Cal reimbursement through being able to bill for social work services and things so that we can sustain and be sort of self-sustaining and not having to only rely on receiving grants from external support. We also have our mental health intern program to grow the workforce that we need to be able to do all of this work. And it has been an incredible source of staff that we continue to pull from. On the horizon, we would love to be able to sustain our social workers. All of their social workers, but 2 are funded with temporary grant or one-time funds. So we want to be able to sustain them in the future. We have 4 community schools that are being built as we speak at Shear Elementary, McPherson Elementary, Phillips Elementary, and Snow Elementary School. So you'll recall we received the California Community Schools Partnership Program grant for over $5 million to support that work. And that includes hubs, community hubs, wellness hubs, family hubs at those schools. So we provide wraparound support for those families when they're in elementary school. Medi-Cal billing. And then at the high school level, Director Reddy and I are exploring a partnership with Challenge Success, which is an organization that can work to do some, I wrote it down here. I don't want to misspeak. It's partners with schools in a year-long process that leverages student voice and data to create a healthier, more engaging school environment. And the reason that we wanted to partner with Challenge Success, and we're exploring that, and we'll of course bring it to the board for approval when we are ready, is to allow schools, instead of saying, we want you to pilot this SEL program. We want you to try this, do this. We want the students and the school and the stakeholders to do some introspection and some reflection, and then design what they want to do for their schools, what's going to be the best for their schools. And so that's going to be our next step with the high schools. Also, you're all cordially invited to the Napa Valley Wellness Conference. I know some of you are already registered to attend. So it's on March 16th and 17th. It is going to spotlight the 2 wellness centers at Napa High and Vintage. So all participants are going to visit one of those 2 wellness centers and then listen to a panel at each of the 2 high schools before going and seeing a film the film is Race to Be Human. The keynote is Sean Ginwright, who's the author of The 4 Pivots. And it's just going to be an amazing event. So I look forward to spotlighting our community and hope that you can attend if you're able. We also want to invite you to join us at 2 forthcoming open houses that will be on May, and you'll get formal invitations, of course, but this is just an FYI, like a heads up. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so that's why we're choosing to do these open houses in May. And so the first will be at Napa High School, and then the second will be at Vintage High School later in the month. And you'll get to see all of them again, all these wonderful people. All right, so our optimistic closure for you for today is to consider this question, which is, when is my next influencing conversation about mental health, youth mental health, and with whom? Now that you've been updated on all of the amazing work of the professionals and staff in our organization. It's our belief that if we seize this moment, step up for our children and their families in their moment of need, we can lay the foundation for a healthier, more resilient, and more fulfilled community. Thank you so much.
All right, before we take questions and comments from the board, I want to ask Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Thank you. Do I have any board members with comments or questions? Trustee Weiser?
You. Well, I'll end with my appreciation, but I will hint to the fact that I am incredibly appreciative of all the work that you're doing. It's just monumentally important in the lives of our kids. I'm going to start with, for some of you, probably not a surprising question, but I'm wondering, because there's such an overlap between access to firearms, unsecured firearms, and youth suicide, and also school shootings. We know 80% of school shooters access their weapons from their own home or the home of a family member. So I know that in NVUSD, we have so many fail-safe, so many gap closers, and the MTSS program and the way we're tracking students and the tools that we have will go a long way in preventing things that happen in other places. There was the incident a few weeks ago at an elementary school in Virginia. So I asked this question as the parent of a student and as a former school employee. I just would like to know sort of what is the district protocol and how are we handling those questions, and are we asking kids about access to weapons, and what are the protocols if there were to be a situation in which an unstable student, there was thought to potentially have a weapon. I know it's a little bit of an offshoot question, but there's such an overlap with mental health in our schools. So I just wanted to highlight that topic.
Thank you for that question. Absolutely. So we have clear protocols in place for if there are obviously threats made to the school, or if there are concerns brought up by staff or teachers. But in terms of related to mental health, and I could speak about the protocols for threats. I mean, it's pretty standard protocol for the administrator to contact law enforcement, who then can do a check for access to weapons at the home. It's a threat assessment protocol that we follow.
We wouldn't have a situation in which there were multiple reports of a threat and an administrator would ignore that threat. As what happened in the other school site, right?
We would
just
not.
to underscore.
We would not.
We are.
But we would not. Our administrators are trained and work closely with our SROs to follow threat assessment protocol carefully and promptly. In terms of the relation to mental health, so all of our administrators and mental health professionals are trained in the suicide risk assessment protocol that we have for NVUSD, which is clear in, when after you give the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, you, depending on the level of the threat, can then act upon wellness checks that are done, they can be done by law enforcement, they can be done by the mobile crisis unit, where you're going and you're checking to see if there is access, if the student is safe at home, if there is access to weapons. And that is something that we want to do to make sure that we're preventing tragedy from happening. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything related to protocols. No? Okay. Really, if one of our professionals that works in the wellness centers or that works directly with students has a concern, their first step is to go to an administrator who then can work with, either themselves or with our SROs to determine if there is something that is a threat that would need to be identified in the home.
Thank you so much for answering that. And I'll be brief because it's late, but I just want to say that we're transforming the culture of our schools and of our communities. But I mean, I wrote down earlier, you said the youth are so passionate about mental health. And I agree. And I'm so grateful that our culture is shifting so that there is such a level of openness. We're sort of driving the shame it's a process, but we're driving away the shame of struggling with your mental health because it's a health problem. I'm just really grateful for the suicide prevention expansion that we're doing, the QPR training. The numbers are really incredibly impressive. And the more people, what is it? Ask a question, save a life is the tagline for that program. I've done the program. I encourage anyone who's available to do the community one. I will also amplify that availability on my platforms. And I just wanted to say that when you said they walk out of here with a smile, feeling supported, it's going to make me cry. But to know for these kids that are vulnerable, and it's so many of them, I mean, so many of our kids are vulnerable, for them to know that in whatever emotional chaos is happening for them, that if they need a spot, they can get it at any time during the day. Like the culture and the protocol of just saying to your teacher, I need a wellness pass, and that there's no questions asked is just incredible to me. And I know firsthand from my own child, the benefit, the emotional safety that having that refuge offers her. And to know that you're doing that for so many hundreds of students every day is just incredible. So thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin.
Any other trustees?
I'm on the same boat. Just thank you. I've known Sarah for some time now, and so I love I love the thing about being in that space and putting your phone away. It's a battle, but all I will say is that ever since I got off social media, I sleep so much better at night. For me, I didn't even know that was impacting me, even though I was just like, whatever. But I love it when it was like, that was the thing. I didn't realize it. But so that's why I love that. Even though it's 15 minutes only or whatever long, but I think anyway, I just wanted to highlight that piece. But everything is just, it's wonderful to see just a lot of our hard work on our end, and then see this beautiful display in such a short time while we're tired and trying to get oxygen into our heads to finish the night. But just really tremendous gratitude, and just thank you for all of that.
Sure.
So for grades 4 through 12, it's actually the same questions. It's a standardized, it's actually used in a lot of treatment facilities. They use it at Kaiser, like as an intake, and mental health is pretty standard. For grades we use it with TK as well. So TK through 3, it's the teacher answering questions, and the question is, it's actually a statement, and the teacher will say somewhat, the teacher will say always, sometimes, or never. And so it's a statement about the student as opposed to right? The I statements are in grades 4 through 12, but it is standard. The California Healthy Kids Survey has different questions for elementary and for secondary.
I have one clarifying question. So for the elementary different version where it's kind of a Likert scale or whatever, is the teacher reading the statements and the kid is marking, or
No.
the teacher is doing her own assessment of
Yes.
where she thinks?
Yes, and so that's also standard for example, if you have a child who's being evaluated for like ADHD or something, they have a version of it that is for the parent or teacher, and then they have a version for the student as well, if the student is of age to be able to answer it. And so it's designed not to be administered to a student, but just it's a survey about a student that the teachers do. And they actually have a spreadsheet that they're doing, so they can go through and do it for the entire class and kind of go through and think about it holistically in relation to the whole class, but then individually for each question. Does that make sense? Yeah. So they're not sitting with the kid and asking them that question. Yeah.
Trustee Water.
Thank you so much. The numbers of the young or accessing this is kind of surprising. That's a lot. And then I was surprised when I read the slides. And then I thought, you know what? The last 3 years have been really weird. And personally, I'm tired. I got tired of living in unprecedented times. And and that's a word I don't want to hear anymore. So thank you very much for everything you do. That's good. I feel sad, when I think of a young person being so depressed as to consider suicide. That's really extremely tragic. Very tragic. So let's help them.
Absolutely. And remove the stigma to talking about it, which the
And
wellness centers do.
Young people are really powerful advocates for each other's health. I mean, when the Teens Connect people spoke with us last year, I was just blown away. I was so impressed.
I have a couple questions. So you stated earlier that all students at certain grade levels take the SDQ and California Healthy Kids, but don't some parents opt out of those surveys?
Yeah, so it's passive consent for both of them. For the SDQ, it's the consent is included as part of our data confirmation process. And then for the California Healthy Kids Survey, there's actually a paper that gets sent home with every kid. And I don't know if they're doing it digitally now through Parent Square this year, since we've gotten so adept with Parent Square, but it used to be a paper that would go home. And if it didn't come back, then everyone so majority of our students and our goal with both of them is 75% at each school in order to have a good, it's late. I'm trying to think of the word. A good representation. Yes. Thank you. We push the schools to make sure that we get to 75%. And especially for the California Healthy Kids Survey, the data becomes much less valid if it dips below 75%, especially at an elementary school where there's not that many kids.
So do we have an idea of how many people do opt out?
I could give you the numbers. Absolutely. I could tell you that all of the schools are above 75% for both SDQ and Healthy Kids Survey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then you said that we're going to have a community QPR on Zoom. Will we be recording that and then posting it on our district YouTube channel?
We absolutely will. And Mentis is going to be leading that training as well, as they have for our other QPR trainings.
Sounds great. And then I just wanted to highlight what slide you had that seemed to indicate that there was a 55% improvement in student culture at the campuses where we have these wellness centers. That was an impressive stat to see that it was making that big of an impact by having this on our campus, which was kind of cool. The other thing, though, that I wanted to mention is around the Medi-Cal reimbursements. I know that's a topic that's coming before the legislature to try to, it's being pushed by CSBA to try to streamline the reimbursement process. And to that end, I thought it might make sense for us to take some of our data and send it to our lobbyists to try to push this issue in Sacramento so that we can get maybe some more reliable funding for these programs.
I would be more than happy to collaborate on presenting data to them in a way that can help support that, because we've only been we've been limited to billing for services that are traditionally held in special education with you know, again, it's like I'm trying to think of some specific ones. School psychologists, there's some nursing, speech and language pathologists that were able to bill. Social worker and counseling support has not traditionally been able to be billable. So really looking forward to, and I think the state is seeing the need there. So more than happy to collaborate on that.
But we
That
have
statistic about 75%, like it's the 75% of kids who are getting mental
Getting it
health
in the
services
schools.
that's where we've taken on so many different.
But we do have our own lobbyists, so perhaps we can engage their services in this area.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can follow up with that.
Okay.
President Gracia, is it okay if I see if Kristen is still here, if she just wants to give a quick hello, if she's
Of
still
course.
on?
I know Assistant Superintendent Andrew Jennings, I think, also wanted to
Oh,
say
okay.
something.
Thank you, Dr. Massetti. Good evening, trustees, board president, Gracia. I also wanted to clarify for the California Healthy Kids Survey. It's active consent for 5th grade students. So parents have to actively opt in, and for the rest of the grades, it is passive consent. So just to clarify that information and make sure that we're aware of that. But I did want to take a moment. Pardon me? Oh. I just want to take a moment to one, thank the wonderful team that presented tonight, and also to acknowledge Kristen Nelson, who we're going to allow, I guess, to say a few words since she's still up, that to acknowledge the work that she's done in the 8 years that she's been a part of NVUSD, and the wellness centers at the high school are a true testament to the work that she's done. And she will now be moving on. This is her last board meeting with us, and she will be providing technical assistance to community school programs throughout the state of California. So we are really proud of the work she's done for us, but also proud that she's going to go on and support multiple school districts across the state of California. And with that, I will pass to Kristen Nelson and see if she has any words that she'd like to give.
Thank you, Pat. I really appreciate those comments, and just am filled with emotion and gratitude for this time. I'm really disappointed not to be able to be there in person. This really is the work of my heart, but also grateful to be here virtually to watch this team that we've built and grown provide this information and deliver this work to you, and I just am incredibly proud and grateful for the work we've done together, and also just deeply grateful to the board, Dr. Massetti, our community, our students, and NVUSD staff. It really has been a true collaborative effort. This work just doesn't live with one person. I think tonight's presentation exemplified that beautifully. And just thank you so much for elevating this work, making it a board annual priority. I think neighboring districts are watching, and I think the entire state of California is as well. So thank you. And with that, I will be closing my eyes and getting some sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Student trustee Gomez.
Yeah, I think I'll wait till the additional suggestions and comments to make a comment, but thank you to you guys and all that you do, because it's critical. what you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, and with that, it's now time for our next break. Yay! Okay, and we are back. Now we're on to action items. K1, General Services, K1A, 2023 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly Candidate Appointment.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item K1B, adoption of high school graduation requirement policy.
I'll move to approve.
Hang on, excuse me. Yeah, I support this, but I just have could I ask a question of Director Reddy? Okay,
I don't know where Director Reddy
well,
went.
she was. Okay, you're here. You'll work. You'll do.
All right, I'll do my best.
I have more
Here a minute ago.
discussion on this.
Still
too, so
here.
It's fine.
This is why she's here. so.
She didn't think we'd be done this fast. Well, let's move on to the others and then we can double back.
Can't amend the agenda.
Huh?
Can't amend the agenda. She's in the bathroom. Okay, well, I'll try. Go ahead.
Okay.
Or is Andrew, oh, there she is.
Hey,
Welcome back. Trustee Water has a question for you.
right. This is I just got an email from a parent. How can a parent supply input for this course?
For the musical,
Oh,
sorry.
for the ethnic studies, course.
Director Reddy, we're on K1B, the adoption of the high school graduation requirement policy.
So we plan to have feedback sessions for each of these, for the ethnic studies, the health, and the graduation committee that will look at the graduation requirements. So as we develop the plans, there will be opportunities to provide feedback. Additionally, when the instructional materials in the course come to the board, because this is a policy. So when the instructional materials in the course come to the board, per any course or curricular adoption, parents have the opportunity, any community member for that matter has an opportunity to provide feedback. As well as review the reason why our instructional materials come twice to the board is so that that time between the first introduction and then when it's moved forward for an action item, there's opportunity for community to actually see the materials in the instructional division at the district office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for not being in the room.
It's okay.
I needed some tea. I'm going to be honest.
Like, that's why she's here.
All right. Do we want to get a motion? Then we'll have some discussion.
I motioned.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a first by trustee Chu and a second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, on to board discussion. So I'll start. I am not on board, obviously, with the new graduation requirements. I still don't believe that an independent health class is appropriate, as we used to have a separate health class and it was not useful, but rather was a check-a-box waste of time. However, if we're going to pass a health class and combine it with ethnic studies, then I don't believe we should be rushing to mandate it. We still have time before we have to mandate both one semester classes. Rather than pilot for just a single year, why not pilot it for 2 in order to truly refine and improve these classes and make them the best we possibly can? The answer I got from the last meeting was that we needed these things sooner rather than later. But that answer misses the point that by piloting them, we will have them available sooner rather than later. People just have to opt into them. So it isn't like these classes wouldn't be available under a 2-year pilot, they very much would be. Therefore, the answer that these are not needed immediately doesn't answer why we still have them available if we pilot for 2 years. I believe we should be taking the entire time available to us to refine these new classes before we mandate them. Much to my chagrin, I hear over and over from the district that we need to slow down and have patience with whatever improvements we are seeking to make. And yet, inexplicably, here we are attempting to rush to mandate a class a full year before we have to, that we could otherwise have spent refining the implementation of said class through additional piloting. I don't get what makes this a special case and why suddenly we have to rush, considering that we have time on our side, time that I think we should be taking to get it right. Our students deserve the best health and ethnic studies pairing we can deliver, and I don't see how rushing gets us that. Rushing is more likely to end up giving us a health class like the one I took at VHS that provided no value of any kind.
Well, David, excuse me, President Gracia. I bet that, you know what, I'm willing to bet that your health class was pretty terrible, but that was a few years ago. Not as many years ago as my health class, which was, I don't know, Jurassic health class. But I think that there are some issues that have sprung up since you were a teenager that are they're rather compelling. Like times have changed. And I think that the class is, I just listened to the mental health presentation. I do think the classes, we should be working to get it out there sooner. And I have to say that the athletic director at Napa High School, I know I'm being parochial here, but I used to work there and I knew her. She taught a great health class, didn't she? Her health class was really good. And the kids learned things. It was highly academic, structured, and she taught a good class.
I also have a quick comment. Maybe not that quick. I'll try and make it quick. Communication that I've received from the community and faculty has been centered on the impact that this will have on electives and continuing pathways. So I really appreciate the planning committee addressing public concerns and the implications and next steps portion of the graduation executive summary. So thank you. President Gracia. Sometimes time is a luxury that we don't have. The issues that drive the need for a health class cannot be put on hold. Education is fluid. We should create content-based on the present need of students and should respond with a comprehensive needs-based curriculum that I know we can do. Personal experience is not a content indicator in curriculum development. In my previous comments, I've advocated for a standalone class, but I must add that I'm in support of the suggested timeline. None of the following issues are irrelevant enough to justify a delay or a 2-year pilot: mental health, social media influence, bullying and violence prevention, use and abuse of substances, fentanyl, opioid crisis, alcohol, tobacco, sex education and awareness, personal health and wellness, nutrition, physical activity, lifestyle practices. Each of these issues has an audience in high school, every single one. Each of these issues has relevance to a child that currently attends NVUSD. We cannot compare content from 25 years ago to now. As Trustee Water just illuminated, we are addressing new issues, changes in existing issues, and dramatic differences in how these issues impact our students. So in consideration of current trends, health class can be a critical component of our educational structure. The consensus health education research, summarized beautifully in a Path of Learning article, is that students who have access to health education gain knowledge and life skills that help them distinguish between healthy and unhealthy habits. So what can we as an educational community extrapolate from that? What cues can students take away from access to this information? They become capable of making decisions and weighing choices before deciding on a plan of action. Learning to understand boundaries, how to advocate for oneself and discern what are risk behaviors and what are positive behaviors. That's powerful stuff. It's not a pilot. Isn't that our job in the world of education, to empower our students with the necessary tools to succeed? We are currently focusing on academics, core curriculum, as we should. Yet if a child has extraneous issues that plague their ability to learn, should we not address those needs in the immediate so they can thrive mentally, emotionally, and academically? Because at the end of the day, well-designed, developmentally appropriate curriculum will increase the likelihood of favorable outcomes for students. And yes, there will be dissenting opinions. Some will disagree with the breadth of the content. Some will come before us and excuse me, disagree on specific content. Some will disagree with master scheduling. We will have public comment on the mic. That does not make this decision wrong. Students deserve to get the most they can out of their education. And for many, health class can remove some of the barriers to their success. So I personally can't imagine any justification to delay the suggested timeline or to rely on a long-term extension of a pilot class, because these issues will not wait. And it's also important to note that the content of the mental health presentation that was given this evening substantiates the need for support, and a health class can be an additional tool in that journey.
So I wanted to follow up on the piloting of courses. So when we adopt new courses, like we did last meeting for the musical theater class, do we actually pilot that, and how long do we pilot that? Because that's one of the questions that Trustee Gracia had, was we need to get it right and we need enough time to pilot that. So in other courses, are we taking extended time? Are we using 1 year, or are we not piloting at all?
We don't typically pilot a course. However, this is a change that all students have to take. So the musical theater course is an elective that students opt into. These two courses will not be optional. Given that, and given the timeline to help communicate to incoming families around it, as well as ensure that there's quality to it and work with our partners, because of the number of students that are taking it, we felt the need to pilot for a year, implement some of the curriculum. Also because of the content, it's not typical content when you're talking about identity, health, mental health awareness, cultural awareness. So some of those components lend themselves to going a little bit piloting, as opposed to just implementing a course and telling all ninth graders. Additionally, implementing the requirements now you would have students that we'd be communicating with for 8th grade. So it is not typical. However, at times, I think given the requirement, it's important.
So basically, we are extending the time that we would use to evaluate the course.
And I would say that we wouldn't call it a pilot, but for example, if you're doing any sort of like overall 3-year planning in your master schedule, right? Declining enrollment is a great example of when you might do that. When you come in, you look at the courses for 3 years, and you can see if it's an optional course, how many students enroll in that course. You might look at effectiveness based on enrollment and engagement in that particular course and make decisions. You wouldn't necessarily call it a pilot, but I think when you implement any new course, monitoring enrollment, effectiveness, you monitor that. We don't necessarily officially call it a pilot. So.
And you're only piloting in American Canyon, or is it also one of the Napa schools that?
We are offering the course at all schools for students to take. It
I've
may
only
look
seen American Canyon course card, so.
It may look a little different at some of our smaller schools. So when we implement this, a school like Valley Oak that already has this course offering, however, it's in 11th grade, 12th grade, New Tech High School that has a smaller student population, may not be just in 9th grade. We have to look at some of the nuances of our smaller school environments and make decisions. But at Napa High, Vintage, and American Canyon, they'll be running pilots. And so we've identified those teachers and are look forward to bring more of the details of the plans pending this decision.
Thank you.
Director Reddy, maybe I missed this, but while it's being piloted and offered to the students, will the students also have an opportunity to give that feedback to the curriculum, and perhaps that's also a great way and opportunity to get the students' perspective in terms of their just view of what the content is. Is it relevant? Is it speaking to me? On both, I guess more so on the health side of it, but both of them really.
The intention is to get their feedback throughout this semester as we develop it, before even bringing it as a recommendation, as well as to get feedback from students as they go throughout the course and make adjustments, because we can make minor adjustments. Any major adjustments would come to you all for approval.
I think that's very powerful. When the space of the user, in this case, a student, and you're creating that intentionally to give that feedback, there's no other way to do that except to go ahead and pilot it and see the impact. And it can be a lot of work, but it's part of the designing of it. And that's that's a lot harder than to assume you have this beautiful product and have it not work. It's really instrumental. And I think it shows the thought process around that, because when you get their perspective and input into account up to a level, right, there's some parameters and expectations, because it is a graduation requirement. So much of it needs to be established. But when you do that, I think that allows a lot of a loop of input in that process. So I think that's helpful.
Additionally, it allows our staff time to develop professionally in this area. It allows some of our staff to try instructional practices, work together as a cohort, give each other feedback, and grow as staff, we have not had health in a while. So allowing them some time, and much has changed, to learn the content, have coaching, have a partner, and give feedback, as well as for teachers who are teaching ethnic studies. It allows us to build up a cohort of staff that have learned from experience and developed, and then can help us as we implement it on a larger scale with more staff. So we feel like it'll, not only does it help the students, it'll also help better prepare our staff.
And I guess I have a question related to Trustee Gracia's concern, which is, I mean, from the educator's standpoint, you're always refining. So it's not like, oh, we only have 1 year and then whatever we have, as I would interpret it from the educator's standpoint. I imagine that after the pilot year, we're going to solidify and finalize a framework and materials, but would that then be set in stone that there could never be a change in materials used in the health course? You know, if 3 years in, teachers are getting together and saying, we really need something more powerful on this topic, and we're going to bring it in. I mean, I would imagine that it's going to be that there will be some of that organic refinement that is just inherent to the profession, right?
Yeah. So I think speaking from an educator standpoint, right, very well, that you're constantly, all of our educators on a day-to-day basis are looking at how are their students receiving something and making adjustments, because we have quality educators in front of our students. I think that having a process where from year to year, you look at courses. Additionally, we're adopting courses and curriculum. There should be some ongoing look at those, whether it's when new frameworks come out, or you have a change in staffing, or you have a significant change in something that happens, right? So COVID's a great example of something that seriously impacted our students' mental health. That would impact a course like health. Hopefully we don't have something like that impacts it soon. But you adjust and adapt to, I heard Trustee Waters' comments earlier. We have a course that, especially ethnic studies and health, they need to be adaptive.
They're going to be responsive to the students and responsive to, teachers never teach the same lesson exactly the same way twice. So Trustee Gracia, hope that you can see that even if even if we have a 1-year pilot, there will still be constant improvement and refinement of the course by the educators.
Anyone else? Okay. Then it's time to vote. Student Board Member Mez.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion passes. K1C, adoption of California School Board Association recommended policy update September 2022.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by Trustee Chu, second by Trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student Board Member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item K1D, adoption of California School Board Association recommended policy updates, December 2022.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Adoption of board bylaws 9220, 9223, and 9323.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. K1F, adoption of administrative regulation 1114, district-sponsored social media.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. K2, business services, K2A. 2021-22 annual district and Measure H bond audit reports, financial and performance.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. K2B, resolution number 2323, resolution of the Board of Education of the Napa Valley Unified School District, entering election results into the minutes and certifying to the Board of Supervisors of Napa County all proceedings in the November 8th, 2022 general obligation bond election for Measure A2.
Move to approve.
Second.
First, what? First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comments on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Ms. Morales, can we have a roll call on this item?
Yes, student board member Gomez,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez Mares.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. K2C, resolution 2324, resolution of the Board of Education of the Napa Valley Unified School District establishing a Measure A2 Independent Citizens Bond Oversight Committee and approving bylaws therefore.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Okay, it's a resolution, so Ms. Morales, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, student board member Gomez,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez Mares.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. K3A, revised 2023-24 student and classified calendars.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. K4A, supplementary instructional material adoptions for middle school.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Student board member,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. K4B, core instructional materials adoption for high school.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Riser, second by trustee Chu. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Aye.
All in favor?
I think somebody needs an name.
K5, operational services, K5A, facility use agreement between Napa Valley Unified School District and the Buck Institute for Education.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. K5B, FMO 01.01.2023, Cicerco Service Support.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. School planning and construction, K6A, SPC number 7.7-23, request to surplus 2 relocatable classrooms at Vintage High School.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Chu, a second by trustee Riser. Ms. Green, do we have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment on this item.
And aye.
Board member, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
On to informational items, L1, general services, L1A, curriculum and student support.
Meeting next week, I think.
L1B, facilities and technology committee. Perfect. L1C, finance committee. No meeting. L1D, policy. No meeting.
Just approve them.
Okay. Next, business services, 2A, quarterly investment report, December 31st, 2022. Any discussion? Seeing none. 3, human resources, 3A, quarterly report on Williams uniform complaints for the period ending January 31st, 2023. Seeing no discussion, we're moving on. Item M, additional suggestions and comments from board members and the superintendent.
Yes, please. So I actually have a lot to say about this. I'm just kidding.
We're here if you want to say it.
No, I just wanted to say that I think the mental health crisis among students is a real problem today, and that we need to send a lot of resources that way, as many as we can. And there's also, I think, plenty of students out there that don't access these resources that we implement. So that's just something to keep in mind. So I think continuing to kind of push that through and keep these things available will hopefully over time encourage more and more students to ask for help and access these things. And then this is just a thought I had. I don't know, it's just a program for like late elementary students or early middle school students on like what social media is and how they can emotionally kind of navigate through that. I think that people try to target like 9th graders and 10th graders for that kind of thing, for those kinds of things. But I think it needs to be targeted younger, at a younger age before that onset. So targeting like the younger demographic than kids who are already in the, know, 15, 16, 17, because by then it's already too late. They've already built habits and have these ideas of what social media is. So that's just a thought I had.
There was an article about a group of students, I think it was in Brooklyn, and they've started the Luddite Club, and they're not using smartphones. They've given them up. That means no social media. They're reading books, they're talking face to face. A lot of their friends think they're crazy, but they seem very happy. And the movement is slowly expanding.
That's something in Mrs. Merkner, she presented. She tells all the kids, once we pack our stuff up, if it's 1 or 2 minutes before the bell, to not look at your phone and to socialize. And there's still 20 out of the 30 kids are on their phone. So yeah, I think that's a really good thing.
Anyone else? Okay. In future agenda items? Seeing none. O, adjournment. I move to adjourn.
Second.
First by myself, second by trustee Chu. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.